The ROV pilots are experiencing quite a bit of current at the bottom here, which means that the vehicles are traversing through the water a little more slowly than they would normally. They're discussing now a strategy for approaching the wreck. So we might be just a bit more delayed than the initial estimation, but as of now we are continuing our approach to the wreck of the EM Clark.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. We are coming to you live from the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, the pride of the NOAA White Fleet. We are off the coast of North Carolina, off Cape Hatteras at the moment, and we are in the water column nearing the bottom next to the shipwreck of the EM Clark, which is a World War II casualty. It was actually a tanker, sank on March 18th in 1942. By the U-124. So we're very excited to bring this heritage with you today. This project is sponsorship between NOAA, Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. My name is Tane Casserly. I'm a maritime archaeologist and historian with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. And we also have on board Chris Southerly from the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. And on land, we have some of our experts joining us. On the ecology side of the house, we have Dr. Avery Paxton and Dr. Chris Taylor from NOAA's National Center for Coastal Ocean Science, and we have Paula Whitfield as well from NOAA. And on board here, to make this all possible, to bring this technology to you, is the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. And I'll introduce Dan, who can tell you a little bit more about this amazing group that makes this possible today.
Yeah, thanks, Tane. So, my name is Dan Rogers. I'm with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, GFOE for short. And there are about 10 of us from the GFOE team on board right now, though there are an additional 15 to 20 people back on shore and working on various other projects that GFOE supports. But GFOE is a nonprofit engineering group based in Mystic, Connecticut. Also has an ROV engineering workshop in Rhode Island. And today, here on the Nancy Foster, we are supporting a telepresence-capable flyaway ROV system. So what that means is that we have brought our vehicles down from the workshop in Rhode Island to the Nancy Foster, where we mobilized in Charleston, South Carolina. That's everything from the vehicles themselves that can go down to the bottom, all the way up to all the shipside equipment that is used to monitor and control the vehicles. And that also includes our telepresence capability, our satellite tracking technology and communications technology that enables us to bring the live footage from the bottom of the ocean to you at home. And I was corrected this morning. Yesterday I was saying that there's a 30-second delay between what we're seeing on the seafloor and what you all are seeing at home. There's actually only a 5 to 8 second delay between what we're seeing and it being broadcast to what you're seeing through YouTube. So we're very excited and very proud to be here supporting, enabling the public to access these sites of cultural, historical, and ecological and national significance. And very happy to be here.
And, if you're looking at the screens now, you can see what appears to be tumbleweeds rolling along the seafloor, and that's just showing how strong the currents here off Cape Hatteras off North Carolina. It's also bringing in this beautiful Gulf Stream water. You can see very clear, very blue, but the currents are strong, so we're slowly crawling along the seafloor towards the shipwreck of the E.M. Clark, which is a phenomenal shipwreck site, nearly 500 feet long, 70-foot beam, which means that's 70 feet wide, and it's probably the most intact World War II tanker at diveable depths on the eastern seaboard. So it's going to be a phenomenal dive when we get there. So on board we do have Chris Sutherly from the Office of North Carolina's State Archaeology. And maybe, Chris, you can tell us a little bit about what this shipwreck and this heritage means to the people of North Carolina.
So, yeah, absolutely, Tommy. People don't realize how close World War II actually came to the United States with the German U-boats literally right along our shoreline preying on the merchant mariners, the cargo ships, and the fuel tankers. They were literally right off the coast. And that's one of the things we have, considered the Battle of the Atlantic with the U-boats versus the U.S. convoy system and merchant mariners in both World War I and World War II. And these are very significant wrecks that represent some of the civilian contributions to World War II. These ships were crewed by merchant mariners, volunteer men on these vessels, and they had a really high attrition, high mortality rate as well with in World War II, higher even than the U.S. Navy in a lot of cases, simply because they were out there on unarmed vessels or minimally armed vessels and sitting ducks. That and the E.M. Clark is going early in the war and is such a significant wreck in terms of the size and being relatively intact on the bottom, and it's very representative of the activity and the events that were going on. And we have countless World War II casualties on the coast, and we're going to be seeing others during this expedition. But today with the E.M. Clark, it's a fantastic site. It's kind of at the depth limit for scuba diving, or it is about 260 feet deep, so it is a technical dive, mixed gas or rebreather to be done safely. So it's not easily accessible to divers, but it is a diveable wreck, and the quite majestic. I think, Tane, you were on the wreck as a diver about a decade or so ago, and you could speak to just the sense of awe, if you will, as the current that our pilots are fighting against today. We're kind of probably sweeping you along the length of the ship, maybe faster than you wanted to go.
Yeah, and you can actually see on feed 2 right now with the multicam that there's almost tumbleweed blowing past the vehicles to give you an idea of how much current there is at the bottom that the vehicles are having to work against right now.
Yeah, these are typical, can be typical site conditions here off North Carolina. Again, it brings in that very clear blue water, but it's a challenge to dive with the current. So we, as scuba divers, oftentimes will go up current of the site and sort of drop in, and glide along the shipwreck and then get out again. But, that's a different technique has to be used with the ROVs. But it is a phenomenal shipwreck site. It is a merchant mariner site, and we should mention that the merchant marine had a 1 in 26 chance of being killed in action during World War II. So, when we look at the site, we think about those contributions that the U.S. Merchant Marine made to the World War II effort and the heroism that they displayed on a daily basis. And, we've been talking about the history and archaeology, but it's incredible, I think, ecological resource. And here comes a sand tiger shark coming in. But maybe, Chris Taylor, if you could tell us a little bit, maybe what the size of these larger artificial structures on the bottom mean to maybe the ecology of the area.
Yeah, these shipwreck sites are quite unique. I mean, they're like islands in this vast expanse of sand. You're seeing sand now, and it's quite often that we will, and you can't see the wreck in front of us. We just know that it's there because we've mapped it previously. But we're seeing schooling amberjacks in the water column. We're seeing the sand tiger sharks here. These are fish that are often tied with a structured habitat. So we know that there's some structure coming up in front of us, and they know that too. But these are really unique features. They're isolated islands. They're like oases. And as we come up to the wreck site here, you'll just notice how vibrant they are with the ecology and the fish communities that they support. And we're looking forward to describing them in great detail as we get onto the wreck site.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe Avery Pashton, could you tell us about maybe some of the species we might expect to see on the shipwreck?
Sure. So as Chris Taylor mentioned, so far we've seen a lot of sand tiger sharks. If you look at the feed 2, especially in some of the cameras facing different angles, we've seen a lot of sand tiger sharks following along the path of the ROV. Today we expect to see lots of large predators in the water column above and surrounding the shipwreck of the E.M. Clark, and we also expect to see a lot of fish using the nooks and crannies provided by the wreckage for their homes.
Yeah,
and Tane, while we start to approach the wreck, there are some questions coming in the chat.
Oh.
Folks are interested in learning more about the time period that the E.M. Clark is from, and learning a little bit more about the history of it. Would you be able to elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're more than happy to tell you about it, but I'd also guide folks to who are listening to monitor.noaa.gov, which is our Monitor National Marine Sanctuary website, where we have basically snapshots of each one of these shipwrecks we'll be visiting, and the E.M. Clark is prominently part of that story. But it really is it's a World War II Battle of the Atlantic. We've got an incredible amount of war losses off the eastern seaboard from those German U-boats in 1942. People don't realize we lost at least 78 known merchant ships off the coast of North Carolina alone, 4 German U-boats and 8 Allied warships. So it's an incredible story that we're sharing here with people now that's a really unknown part of the U.S. war effort. This is where the war came home to the United States. I mean, one of the U-boats, the U-701, literally mined the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay, was 1 mile from shore with those mines. So people don't realize how close the war came to our shores, and the old-timers, our grandparents and great-grandparents and relatives often would see the burning ships at sea. They would see the smoke, they would see that detritus of war, sort of that oil and those remnants of wreck wash up on shore. So this really hit home for us, and we're very proud to share this story with the world.
Great. Yeah, that was a great introduction. And I just wanted to make sure that you introduced everyone on the line that you were hoping to. We actually have some questions coming in the YouTube chat already, if we're ready to.
Oh, yeah, we have one last
questions.
person. We had Paula
Sure.
Whitfield, and then Paula, are you with us today?
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can, yeah, you sound great.
Great.
Maybe Paula.
Yeah, hi.
If- I was going to say, if you
Go
could
ahead.
tell us a little bit about, I know you've done a lot of work on these shipwrecks and characterizing the biology. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for me, I guess I just want to go back to saying, it's all about, like, the diving. I moved to North Carolina to dive those wrecks that you guys are talking about and learn about the history and everything. And so in my spare time, I know I'm supposed to be talking about the work part, but in my spare time, I was a maid on the dive boat so that I could just get to these wrecks and see as many of them as possible. And the Clark, I just have to tell you, I'm so excited to see the Clark because I haven't seen it in a long time, but it was hands down the best, diveable wreck that was in diveable depth, offshore, because of the superstructure. It just still extends up so high compared to the other wrecks that seem to get pretty torn up because of the wave action. So anyway, we also characterized by team and I, like lionfish distribution and fish communities offshore North Carolina, and it was all about the Gulf Stream. So, and then I'll stop there. That was really the take-home point, was how important that Gulf Stream is in structuring the fish communities that you see.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for pointing out, too, what a fantastic and exciting dive the Clark is, because I totally agree. It's one of my favorites. But we do have a couple questions now from YouTube, Dan.
Yeah. Already coming in. People are very interested in this wreck. We do have a question from a group of students that have asked what time period the ship is from. I guess they assumed World War II. That question was already answered. Ship was sunk in World War II, but was built in the 1920s.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Peter Arisman, for answering that in the chat. Here's another one. What happened to the cargo of the E.M. Clark? I can't seem to find a reference for that. And that's coming from Carl Rhodes in the NOAA Corps.
Well, the cargo, apparently, according to the historic record, it was carrying 118,000 barrels of heating oil that was destined for New York. So when the vessel did go down, it was engulfed in flames as well, but it went down very quickly. So the thought is, we're not quite sure, honestly, how much of that product might still be in place on the wreck. So the good news is that the wreck is very intact, is very stable. But that's one of the mysteries, and one of the observations that we'll be making too, as we videotape the wreck in detail, is look for signs of that.
Has there been an ROV dive on this wreck before, or has it been primarily human divers?
I can't speak to all the work that's been done to it, but primarily this has been a scuba diving site. But again, it's very deep and difficult to get to, and as we're seeing today, there can be challenging conditions.
Absolutely, yeah. And, I guess pros and cons for different methods of exploration. One of the advantages of using an ROV system is that you're not really time limited. Once we get to the wreck, we'll have, all day, hopefully, 6 or 7 hours of dive time on the wreck to observe the things that you were just mentioning, Tane. Whereas if you were to scuba dive here, you might be a bit more limited in the amount of time that you can stay and make those observations. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as Paulo well knows, and other divers who've been out this way, it's with a Clark is 260 feet deep. That's a deep dive. So, very, very limited amount of time, 15, 20 minutes if you're lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could go longer, of course, with a much greater decompression obligation, which means that's more time before you can come to the surface. So it's a deep, challenging dive.
Absolutely. And, for those of you who are just tuning in and may not be familiar with what an ROV is, ROV stands for Remotely Operated Vehicle, which means there are no people in the vehicle. This is not a submarine. Everyone that is operating the vehicle is safely on board the ship, and those vehicles are tethered to the ship via a cable that's a little over half an inch in diameter, and that cable has conductors for power and fiber optic cables for video transmission, control transmission, feedback, and just general communication with the vehicles. So all the pilots are in an air-conditioned, comfortable space on the ship right now, as the vehicles are on the bottom and dealing with some pretty challenging currents as we approach the wreck. And it actually takes quite a team to operate the vehicle. Right now in the control room, we have 4 ROV engineers managing the technical operations of the vehicles at the bottom. We've got Bobby Moore on pilot, and he's directly controlling ROV Yogi, which is the main ROV that actually goes down to the bottom and gets us those really nice close-up views that you're going to be seeing soon. We've got co-pilot Andy O'Brien. He's operating the secondary camera platform vehicle called Guru. Guru sits about 30 feet above the sea floor, above Yogi, and provides a third-person perspective for the pilots to navigate by. And also, Guru has a light bank that helps to illuminate the area around Yogi as it traverses the bottom. So pilot and co-pilot are sitting next to Chris Ritter, who's on the navigator station right now. The navigator has a very important job of providing situational awareness for the pilots and communicating with the bridge to make sure that the ship and the ROVs at the bottom are well coordinated and moving along together. And then, of course, we have video engineer Roland Bryan, who's managing the zoom, tracking focus, doing white balance, color balance, and making sure that we're delivering the highest quality video that we can to all of you back at home. So this is just the ROV team. Of course, there's the whole ship's crew on the Nancy Foster, who've been wonderful to work with. You've got the officers on the bridge who are driving the ship. You've got the engineers who are managing, the ship's engines. You've got, the stewards who are in the galley, probably already preparing lunch for the whole crew, and who knows what delicious meal they'll be working on right now. The food has been fantastic. So it really takes a lot of people. It takes dozens of people to make an operation like this happen, and we're so, proud to be here to be able to provide this access to the bottom of the ocean for the public.
Yeah, and I would really want to highlight the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. You can see this is challenging conditions for the ROV crew, but we are making forward positive momentum, and we will be seeing the shipwreck soon here. Just take a little bit more, but we are moving forward. But, so the challenges that the ROV team has, but let's not discount the challenges of moving the ship, dealing with a current that's in one direction, a wind that's in another, waves that are in another direction, and they're keeping us stable and keeping us safe and getting us where we need to be. So hats off to the pride of the fleet, NOAA ship Nancy Foster, their officers and crew, and the able seamen and the merchant mariners aboard the ship, because we couldn't do it without them.
Yeah, and it is a challenging site today. As you mentioned, there's a lot of surface conditions that we need to watch. We've got, at the moment, kind of moderate winds at about 15 knots. But that, is in addition to a little bit of swell that we're seeing outside and then some white caps forming from that wind. We've got surface current. Of course, the water is moving right underneath our feet, underneath the ship. But that's just at the surface. We also have subsurface currents that can be in different directions and at different magnitudes. So as the ROVs descend from the surface to the bottom, they might get blown around in different directions based on that current profile. So a lot of really challenging conditions today. Fortunately, our crew on board in both the ROV team and the ship have a lot of practice and a lot of training and are trained to deal with conditions like this. So we are carefully and slowly making our way to the wreck. I'm looking at the navigator's bathymetry map navigation software right now, and it looks like we're starting to get pretty close.
Yeah, because we're so lucky that the M. Clark is so intact, laying on its side. It's actually laying on its starboard side, which is the port side. Pardon me, port side, which is the left side of the vessel for non-mariners. It presents a giant lee, or sort of a wind break or a current break. So we're actually edging up to the shipwreck now, towards the stern, which is the end of the vessel, and towards the deck there. And we have got 70 feet of ship structure above us that's going to give us a little bit of lee, which again is the wind or current break, so we can move in and operate and share this phenomenal history with you as well. And if you look at the video, it's blue, it's beautiful. And then maybe for our ecologists on the line, we see a couple fish that were swimming through that are sort of long. What would you characterize this fish as being?
Oh, that's a barracuda.
Oh, cool.
Right? Yeah, that looks like a barracuda to me. And I thought I saw some African pompano earlier. Thought I'd mention. And so African pompano are really not, you don't see those like inshore, you're going to see those offshore, like in a more tropical environment, just like the barracudas.
And I'll go ahead and add in there that one of the things that we're really excited about on the Clark today is that, like Paula and Tane mentioned, it rises about 50 to 60 feet off the seafloor. And our team's studies have shown that when you have a ship like that that creates this really tall, vertically extensive structure, that can bring a lot of these water column-associated predators like African pompano, as well as sand tiger sharks that we've seen earlier today. It's intriguing to see not only how fish are using the vertical extent of the structure, but also how fish are using the cracks and crevices in the structure for their homes.
Absolutely. And if I could guide folks who are listening to us on the computer, if you go to Stream 2, we actually have a graphic up, which is a photo mosaic of the Clark. And towards the right-hand side of the graphic, you'll see what looks like a diver on the bottom, and that's the stern of the vessel at the end. That's where we're actually angling to approach right now. So it'll give you a sense of what you'll be seeing in just a few moments here. But this is the area of the shipwreck that we're going to be seeing here first, hopefully.
Okay, well, Tani, looking at the mosaic image here that was done and seeing the diver on the bottom, one, it provides a great scale for the size of this wreck. But I'd go back to something that Dan said earlier, is with the capabilities of the ROV, as opposed to putting research divers down on this site at 260 feet or 200 feet, maybe at the upper limits of the structure. The limited bottom time and the current that's running out there, one, the ROV essentially has unlimited bottom time to do the reconnaissance and do photo mapping and everything like that. But even though it's a bit of a challenge for the pilots, the ROV is much better equipped to compensate for the current and hold position to get good imagery and photos, videos, and do work than a diver would be. Because we're looking at the speed log, we're hovering about a knot or so current on the bottom, and a 1 knot current for a diver is very difficult to work against and maintain position. But Yogi on the bottom with all of its thrusters, the pilots are able to compensate for that. It's more challenging for them, but I think they've shown over the last couple of days they're definitely up to the task.
And there's a sand tiger shark.
Yeah, we're seeing a different array of fish coming into view now, guys. Paula, Adrian, and I are making notes here about the school of red snapper, and they appear to be pretty big. These are American red snapper. Amberjack, like we saw in the USS Monitor yesterday, big schools of jacks. It's good to see those barracuda, too. We were surprised that we didn't see any yesterday. That's glad that they're in the field of view this time.
Chris, if I could ask, how do...
Yeah, Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paula. Why don't you go ahead?
Oh, I just wanted to say that those red snapper were like some of the biggest. I know it's hard to tell scale exactly, but they look like some of the biggest I've seen. They weren't that common on a lot of the diving that we did, in the early 2000s.
And maybe for our viewers, can you help us, how do we identify the red snapper if we're watching at home?
Yeah, I was just going to jump into that, Connie. You read my mind. So they're red, or red and pinkish color. They'll be sort of a tall-bodied fish. So there's other snappers that we may encounter that are going to be more, especially when we get into the deeper wrecks, they're going to be more slender-bodied, but also swimming in schools. And the red snapper will be a deeper body. They'll have a steeper slope on their forehead, between their eyes. And the characteristic that I was looking for as they were swimming past and then turning around is an anal, their fin that's towards the back of their body, down on the bottom of their body, that is extended into a longer point. And that's a pretty good characteristic for a red snapper compared to some of the other snappers that can be similar. But these red snapper are big, as Paula pointed out. These are larger fish, and I'm not sure if we would encounter the other types of snappers that would be this large.
Oh, are they for recreationally and commercially? Are they important to the state of North Carolina?
Yes, they are one of the more sought-after fish in the snapper grouper complex in the South Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. And they're the focus of intense study by the National Marine Fisheries Service and state agencies throughout the region.
Oh, well, cool. I'm glad we're able to share that with folks today. Being that we're at the top of the hour, I should remind folks that we are at the shipwreck site of the E.M. Clark, which is a World War II tanker, sunk during the World War II's Battle of the Atlantic by the U-124 on March 18th of 1942. We are here as part of a project with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. I represent NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. I'm Tane Casserly. With NOAA, we also have from the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, we have Chris Taylor, Avery Paxton, and Paula Whitfield. On board, we also have Chris Southerly from North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. We are on board the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, and we have, making this all possible, the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. And Dan, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about what GFOE has done to bring this incredible story to the people.
Sure, thanks, Tane. Yeah, so GFOE or Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, is a nonprofit engineering group that supports science and exploration and provides the technology that allows that to happen and also allows it to be broadcast to the public in real time like we're seeing today. So we've got a team of about 10 engineers on board right now with various backgrounds from mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, software and data engineering, video and satellite, as well as photography and videography. So we've got a lot of different expertise on board right now to help bring this technology to the bottom of the ocean and then deliver, these stunning images back to the public on shore with a very quick turnaround. And the live stream that you're seeing right now is actually, being captured. The video is being captured on the ocean floor by the ROV. That video signal is being sent up back to the ship via a steel cable that's a little over half an inch in diameter, and that is being processed on board, sent through a satellite tracking dish, and beamed back down to shore and broadcast to YouTube. All of that is happening in 5 to 8 seconds. So there's only a 5 to 8 second delay from what we're seeing here to what you're seeing at home. So it's a really incredible capability that helps bring the public and bring scientists to these relatively inaccessible areas, areas that not a lot of people normally get to see. And, we can leave these vehicles down, as was mentioned earlier, indefinitely, depending on conditions.
Absolutely. And maybe for our ecologists, as we look at the video feed, we're seeing, what we've been calling, the archaeologists have been calling tumbleweeds rolling on the bottom. But what is that we're seeing that's actually rolling along in the current?
This is Paula. That's sargassum weed. There's, I think some of it, I just want to say that in our observations, a lot of times you would see it attached to wrecks at certain times of the year, but sometimes you'll find it just attached to the seafloor offshore of North Carolina, like in, deeper water. But other than that, I don't really know where it comes from, other than being the Sargasso Sea. So.
And I'll throw in there, Paula, that sometimes, like you said, you see it near the seafloor, and in this area, in addition to the historic shipwrecks that form these islands of habitats, we also have large expanses of rocky reefs. And oftentimes we'll see, just like Paula said, seasonal meadows of sargassum growing on these rocky reefs.
It's funny, as we've been scuba diving out here for years in the past, I'm used to seeing it on the surface. So I just, it's interesting as not a subject matter expert to know that you can find it on the surface and on the seafloor. And again, we are still on approach to.
I'll jump in here.
I'm sorry, Chris. Go.
We're seeing sharks all. Yeah, we're seeing sharks all around the ROV, and I think one of the things we noted yesterday that we're going to pay close attention to today are some of the differences that we're seeing. These sharks are 4 to 6, maybe 7 feet long. We're hopefully going to get some lasers on them as we proceed through the survey of the E.M. Clark. But one of the things that we can note is we can tell the difference between males and females of these. I think we're going to make some observations on that as the sharks get closer. I think Paula noted that there was a very large male sand tiger shark, and when one passes by the video camera, we'll be sure to comment on those characteristics that help us identify them, as well as some recent research that Avery has participated in the past that where we can actually identify the sand tiger sharks to individuals.
Yes, and for those who are watching and trying to identify the gender of the sand tiger sharks, like Chris said, we'll point this out, but one thing you can look at is on the bottom of the sand tiger shark, kind of a little bit back from its belly, closer to its tail. If you see two finger-like appendages pointing towards its tail, that will indicate that it's a male. Those are something called claspers. It's part of the reproductive system for sand tiger sharks.
And just an update on our location, we are edging even closer to the wreck side of the E.M. Clark. Just moving forward very carefully and slowly, but we are still approaching the shipwreck, which is exciting.
Yeah, and obviously the pilots need to be very careful on this approach with such strong currents. They're not only keeping in mind how the currents are affecting the vehicle and their ability to drive against it, but also they're keeping an eye on their sonars and their cameras, watching for potential hazards. Oftentimes shipwrecks, have large protrusions or can have line or rigging remaining on the seafloor, or there could be more modern, fishing gear that could have gotten blown across the seafloor by currents and gotten hung up on the wreck and might be streaming for great distances beyond the wreck site. So there's all kinds of potential hazards when working on sites of cultural heritage like this, and all of this is on the pilot's mind as they're approaching. And so, as I mentioned before, it takes a bit of time to, once we get to the bottom, to actually traverse toward the wreck. And the reason for that is that we don't want to send the vehicles down directly on top of the shipwreck site. We don't know what's down there. We don't know what protrusions or hazards that there might be. So the pilots purposefully land the ROVs on the bottom a little bit of distance away from the wreck and then approach it from the side, so that they can maintain as great a situational awareness as possible.
And we're starting to see the wreck on sonar, which is really exciting. And you should be able to see the ghostly image of it on one of your screens there as well. I think what we're approaching is the back end of the vessel, the stern. And you should see sort of a long rectangle with a curve to it at the end, and that is the stern of the vessel as we approach it. It's very exciting.
Yeah, that view from the imaging sonar is just fantastic. I love that addition to this ROV, and really getting us that broad view when the water quality and the visibility may be a little bit murky down there with the fast currents. We're using that imaging sonar that's transmitting sound 10 to 20 times a second to give us what looks like an acoustic camera, getting us an image of the broad shape of the wreck as we're coming up to approach the tunnel. That's just great. And you'll see fish schools swimming through it too as we get closer to the wreck, and even some of the bigger sharks swimming through the image. But right now it looks like they're imaging out to about 50 meters, so that's probably 10 times the range of the cameras that we're using on the ROV. So we're just seeing out such great distances to be able to capture the images of the wreck and the surrounding biology.
And Roland, I believe you just brought that up on the live stream. Are we on feed 1 or feed 2? We're on feed 2. So if you go to feed 2, if you're on the main GFOE homepage, engineeringfordiscovery.org is the URL for that. Both feeds, 1 and 2, are right there on the homepage, and you can actually play both simultaneously. That'll allow you to see all the camera views at once, as well as hear both the science channel that you're listening to now, as well as the pilot communication channel in the front row. So. And on feed 2 right now you can see that multi-beam image. This is a device that's mounted to the front of Yogi, the main ROV that's actually on the bottom. And you can see that it gives the pilots really incredible situational awareness. Obviously visible light dissipates very quickly in the water column, especially today where there's high current and a lot of particulate in the water. So our cameras can only give us so much visibility and range, whereas the sonar, sound pings that are reflected through through objects in the water column can travel much further and give us much more information about what we're seeing. So the sonar is great for situational awareness, but also for science, as was just mentioned. We get pretty detailed views and can actually make measurements based off that sonar image.
So what we're seeing now is a very impressive image. We're still quite a ways from the wreck, but just the sheer sense of scale is coming up because it is, again, 70 feet, if you keep that in your mind, from what you're seeing in the sediment, up to the top of that edge of the hull there, going as you go up, and we're approaching the stern. So what we're looking at is actually the flat deck because it's laying on its left-hand side. And then when we come up to it, if we swoop around to the right, you'll actually see two gigantic propellers in the rudder as well. But it is a phenomenal sight. And there's a bit of a scour too, so you can see that strong current. And the scour is the current blowing the sand out from underneath the vessel. It creates a divot there. Sometimes we see sharks and other animals resting there as well.
Yeah, so and we're actually at a deeper depth than we were yesterday. Is that right, Tanya?
Yep. This is about 260, 265 feet versus the monitor, which is 242 feet.
Right. Oh, so just a little bit deeper. Significantly more ambient light that I'm noticing today that's coming down through the water column. So I guess just a testament that this area might be a little less or a little more clear, a little less sediment particulate floating around.
Oh, yeah. Maybe for our ecologists, what are some of these species we're seeing swimming around?
I know. I'm
Barracuda
seeing.
just came in the field of view. Go ahead, Paula.
Yeah, that and the sand tiger shark, and I saw another one of those red snapper and some tomtate as well, some schooling tomtate, which are, I guess, probably the most ubiquitous fish on North Carolina shipwrecks. Which is a type of grunt.
And is that a grouper maybe? You might be able to see something in one of the quad camera. It looks like there's some sort of large fish above the rudder.
It looks like it's not able to make out markings in the turbidity right now, but hopefully we'll get closer to it, or it'll get closer to that. Sometimes the groupers can be quite curious of the divers and ROV, and then some other times when we're trying to make counts of these large groupers, they'll stay just at the outer periphery of our vision and make it harder for us to identify them.
And we're getting a beautiful image here now, you folks should be seeing, of what we're calling the fan tail, which is sort of a fanned end of the vessel. It almost looks like a fan if you think about it, kind of curved up. You can see the rudder there, which is turned over to the port side, which is the left side, and then you can see the ghostly image of the propeller as well, which is a pretty dramatic view. And you can see some fish as well inside the shipwreck.
Yeah, so Tony, we're looking at what looks to be an angelfish inside the shipwreck on feed 1. The grouper that we saw, I believe it's probably a scamp grouper. And we were seeing some jacks dart into the picture as well. We were seeing likely amberjacks, possibly almaco jacks. It was hard to get a good read. The way we tell the difference in those two species is based on the slope of their head, their forehead.
Oh.
And I just want to add that this shot that you have right here, where you can see that propeller sticking up, and you don't see that on very many wrecks. Most of the wrecks don't still have the propellers like sticking up like that. So I know that coming down, seeing, yeah. So it's quite a sight, I think.
Yeah, these are very dramatic shots, which are really nice. We're committed. The ROV pilots are just getting situated here so they feel comfortable in the current. We've got a little bit of a break in the current here. But yeah, this is a gorgeous shot. And you're right, Paula. You barely ever see an intact vessel like this with those propellers still in place, and it's very impressive.
The Proteus is the only other one I can think of.
Which is another fantastic...
Guys, I'm not sure if you're looking at feed 2. If you see the quad view upper right screen, it looks like it's just loaded with lionfish along the sand at the base of the wreck. Is that what you guys are seeing too?
Yes, and for those who are watching, the lionfish are kind of these exotic shaped fish. They have red and white colorations on them, and they're an invasive species. And Paula Whitfield, an ecologist who's on the line, has done a lot of research on lionfish off the North Carolina coast, including on shipwrecks. And Paula, I'm wondering if you can share a little bit more about what you and your team have learned from lionfish over the decades.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, when they first showed up here, it was just like this great unplanned experiment. But really, what we found out is that they're basically a tropical species that are just like a bellwether for a tropical system. So when you see them, you know that is at least going to be greater than like about 60 degrees. Like it'll never get colder than 60 degrees where they survive, you know, in the wintertime. So, but when they came in, when they first started recruiting here, they, you know, you would only see like one, and then the next thing you know, they're just like everywhere. So they recruited in quite rapidly. But they only survive where the water temperature stays greater than 60 degrees offshore. Yeah, look at them coming up to the camera. Like they're very, they don't seem to be afraid of anything, right? Like they're not worried about divers unless you're trying to shoot them.
Yeah, that's an amazing shot.
Right.
And they seem pretty large.
Unfortunately, they're voracious predators too, and so they're consuming just about anything on the wreck, including small-bodied groupers and snappers. And these are they're invasive species from the Indo-Pacific. They're venomous, not poisonous, so you can definitely eat their meat, and they are delicious. And in many of the shallow reefs where they've become more abundant in the long-arm banks in the Gulf of Mexico and the Florida Keys, the Caribbean, they're highly sought after to try to eradicate them from shallow coral reefs. The challenge, of course, is that we're at 260 feet deep, and divers don't tend to get this deep very often, and so they don't get as much pressure. And so we're seeing great numbers here, probably because of the lack of pressure on them as from fishing and diving communities.
Yeah, I can't say it's surprising, but that is a lot of lionfish. They seem attracted to the ROV too.
It really is, yeah. Yeah, we saw just a few of them on the USS Monitor yesterday, but yeah, that's a big cluster of lionfish right there on this one field of view.
So we actually have a question in the YouTube chat that one of you might be able to answer. A group of students are wondering how the lionfish came to be in this area if they're invasive.
Yeah, so the way that they came is likely through the aquarium trade. So the data support that they were released somewhere off of Florida, and then they dispersed through the Gulf Stream like any tropical native species. And then they also dispersed southward as well, through the Bahamas and into the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean. So I guess aquarium trade somehow released off the coast of Florida. You want to add anything to that, you guys? Avery, Chris? Good.
No, that captures it. There's competing hypotheses of how they escaped from the aquarium trade, but that captures it. It's an unfortunate, I guess, invasion of this species. I guess we're still trying to understand what their impacts might be on the ecology of the shipwrecks and the ecology of the coral reefs where they are abundant in the Caribbean and Florida Keys and Gulf of Mexico.
And the other thing I want to mention is that this shot on the quad view, as well as Feed 1, is just absolutely incredible because we're starting to get this understanding of how the fish are using the whole water column around the wreck, as well as the spaces inside of the wreck. So we saw the angelfish, for example, hanging out inside of the wreck. And it'll be really interesting as the day progresses and the ROV is able to get more close-up shots for us to see more details about how fish are using these spaces. One of the things that I love looking at is the difference in how fish associated with the water column are using the wreck versus how fish that are bottom-dwelling are often lying in wait to try to eat smaller fish that go by, and we're just seeing such a diversity of different species with different feeding habits and behavioral styles.
Yeah, Avery, I'd like to second that because all of your observations, everything that you found in your research was what we observed also in the work that we were doing. When you have this vast superstructure, you just get a lot more diversity of fishes that are around it, like from the schooling, cute fishes, bait fishes, to the predators, like you said.
And I did want to mention that although we are looking at the wreck and getting this great imagery, the pilots are still dealing with a significant current at the bottom. And so they're trying to balance maneuvering the vehicle safely against that current while giving us these great views. And, you know, part of our mission here is to, again, provide access for the public and for scientists on shore to these sites of both historical and ecological significance. Obviously, a lot of history here of national significance, but also, you know, for science, it's very interesting to see what kinds of creatures have started to use this wreck as their home. And so some of the tools that we're bringing to observe those things are this great HD and 4K imagery that we're recording and transmitting in real time for all of you back on shore. We also have a couple of other tools that we're working with this expedition. We have a Boxfish 360 camera that will be able to record 360-degree video that will be used to create immersive virtual reality experiences of the images from these wrecks that we're seeing over this couple of weeks. And we're also practicing some photogrammetry techniques to create 3D models of the wreck sites that we're seeing on this expedition. So we're working as hard as we can to use this diverse set of tools to bring you all kinds of ways to interact and observe with the wreck here.
And as we're looking inside the vessel and we can actually see inside it, what is it we're seeing, which is that sort of that purple fan looking animal?
So that purple fan is a type of soft coral. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's one example of the types of animals that are able to grow on the structure provided by the wreck. So we see that beautiful soft coral, and we're also seeing some oranges and yellows. Those are likely sponges or animals called tunicates, both of which filter feed. So they extract food from the water that they're able to pump through their bodies. And then we're also seeing all sorts of oftentimes we call them fuzzy organisms, bryozoans and hydroids that almost look like they're moving with the current as well. And so that's one of the really intriguing things about these shipwrecks is that after they come to rest on the seafloor, they not only provide these incredible cultural and archaeological resources, but they provide habitat for a diversity of marine life, those animals that are able to grow on the structure. Sometimes we see algae and other types of marine plants growing on it. And then, of course, we have the fish. And I'm seeing a beautiful view of a lionfish on the left-hand side of the ship in feed 2, one of the quad views just moving down. But, Paula, is there anything else that you'd like to add about the organisms that are encrusting the wreck structure? I think they're absolutely beautiful, and we have this added light from the ROV that enables us to see their colors so brightly.
Yeah, you're right, and you named all the ones that I could think of. I'll be honest. It wasn't my forte to do the benthic modifications, but Dr. Wilson Freshwater, I know, he could expand, like wax poetically about like every kind of organism, I think, especially algae. But that's so far the lionfish is like the most common fish I've seen. Once we've gotten on the wreck.
And actually, as a quick follow-up, we actually had another question in the YouTube chat. One person surprised that the lionfish like being this deep, and so they're wondering, what is the depth range for these lionfish?
Well, the depth range is really from the water surface to, as far as we know, I believe that 1,000 feet is the deepest they've been observed on ROV. Do you guys, Chris Avery? I mean, I remember it was a pretty big number, I thought. Do you guys remember the deepest?
Yeah, we've definitely seen them in the Caribbean down past 300 meters or about 1,000 feet. But I think they were observed even deeper than that off the Bahamas, and I'll have to check the sources on that. But yeah, quite a bit deeper than we are even right now.
Right, and the reason that it's deeper here in North Carolina where we see them is because the temperature is just right for them. Like they can survive here without a problem throughout the winter.
And I just want to point out what we're seeing here now on the screen, some very dramatic views of the stern, really good view of the rudder, which is gigantic, probably 12, 15 feet long, and views directly through the shipwreck too, so you can actually see through to the different bulkheads, to the different holds and things, as well as all the surrounding marine life. So it's just a gorgeous shot.
Yeah, and it really is striking how much life there is here. I guess it's easy to think of shipwrecks as being places of, not be morbid, but places of death and decomposition and lack of life. But it's very vibrant. We've got these bright, colorful animals that have made the hull of this shipwreck their home. We have looks like corals and sponges, and I don't know if you're watching the Feed 2 camera, you can see the multi-view. You'll see sharks swimming around the vehicle. You'll see those lionfish. I believe I saw a barracuda swim by earlier. All kinds of animals in the water column and encrusted on the hull that really makes this a vibrant and rich spot for biology.
Well, we should mention too, so by its very nature, a shipwreck is a violent event, whether it be through warfare, storms, collisions, other things. So yeah, we tend to forget, but it's lovely to see that violence is now turned into a thriving habitat. And we should mention, when this vessel went down, there was one loss of life. There's 2 torpedoes slammed into the vessel from the U-124 on August 12th, 1942. And one of the poor individual was actually in the infirmary, the ship's hospital, and perished when that first torpedo hit. So luckily, only one loss of life, and the rest of the crew members got off safely into the lifeboats. But yeah, it's always good to come into these projects and remember that, no matter if someone lost their life or not, it's a very traumatic event when these ships go down.
And I think, Tane, from the historical perspective, that's an important thing to remember about a lot of the shipwrecks in North Carolina, especially the diveable wrecks that we have, is a lot of them do have sailors and crew aboard that did not survive the sinking. So they are war graves or in effect a cemetery or underwater. This is a grave site for someone, and cultural heritage-wise deserves absolutely the same respect that you would walking through a cemetery on land.
Yeah, well said, Chris. They're there to enjoy. They're beautiful places to visit, but we treat them with respect, and we keep that in our memories. And now, as an oasis of life, and so much marine species that we're seeing, they're really a joy to not just for historians, but for everybody to really come down and see these. I call them national treasures.
Yeah, and just to emphasize the respect that we're showing for this wreck. We are on this mission, on this expedition, a look and not touch operational mode. So although Yogi does have sampling capabilities, it has an electrically actuated manipulator arm that can be used to collect samples. It's not installed right now, but Yogi does also have the capability to use a suction sampler, which is kind of like an underwater vacuum cleaner to capture and store softer materials. It has those capabilities, but we are not here to touch the wrecks or to sample them. We do not bump into the wrecks. We do not sit down. We are on the bottom. We are, hovering in the water column, trying to minimize the disturbance of the life and of the historical, artifacts here. So, and in fact, I just want to point out too that we're even mindful of how the prop wash coming out of the thrusters on the vehicle affects the wreck. So Yogi is actually positively buoyant, which means that if it lost power, if it lost thrust, it would not sink down to the bottom. It would actually start to float to the surface. And so what that means is that to stay on the bottom, we're actually thrusting down to stay on bottom. We're not thrusting up. And I believe we have a great view of Yogi from the Guru camera sled on Feed 2 right now. So you can see it there hovering in the water column. And so what that means is while we're on the wreck, we have to thrust down, and that prop wash goes up above the ROV and away from the wreck. And so even when we're at the bottom, we're trying not to disturb the sediment around the artifacts.
So for those of you just joining us, we are at the shipwreck site of the World War II era tanker, the E.M. Clark. We're off the coast of North Carolina, off Cape Hatteras. We're at about 260 feet on the seafloor, coming to you live. This is a project sponsored by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, and the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, as well as the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, who is bringing this technology and expertise to you. My name is Tane Casserly. I'm with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, and I am a maritime archaeologist and historian. And on board, we got Chris Sutherly from the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. And on the line from NOAA as well, the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, we have Chris Taylor, Avery Paxton, and Paula Whitfield. And of course, we're on board the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, the pride of the NOAA fleet, the ship that can do it all. And it's making this possible for us to be out here physically, staying on station. And then, of course, the ROVs and the satellite capability are brought to us by the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. And we have Dan here who can tell you a little bit more about that.
Yeah, thanks. So again, I'm Dan Rogers, here with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE for short. And the GFOE team is, providing the technology that's enabling this live broadcast from the bottom of the ocean on the wreck E.M. Clark. Again, we have a team of about 10 engineers on board right now with many different backgrounds and expertise, but all of which are essential to running this operation. And I just want to remind folks that, again, what you're seeing on your browser and YouTube at home comes with just a 5 to 8 second delay from what we're seeing on the seafloor. So that video is transmitted from the bottom of the ocean to YouTube on your phone or on your computer within 5 to 8 seconds. So we're so glad that you could all be following along. Please, we encourage you to post questions in the YouTube chat. We are monitoring those and we'll address them as we can. But we're very excited to be here interacting with you all, and very proud to be able to provide access to these sites of cultural, historical, and ecological significance to the public.
And just to explain what we're seeing now is a beautiful shot of the stern of the vessel. That's the end of the vessel. We're looking a little bit underneath it where you can see a beautiful shot of the propeller, sand tiger sharks, and then the rudder, which is just underneath the propeller. But for a sense of scale, each of those blades of that propeller is about 6 to 8 feet long, so they're enormous. A question for our ecologists. This is a steel vessel that was built, but it's no longer able to see the steel. It has been covered with this sort of concretion and shell. What is that?
Tanya, this is Avery Paxton. I'll take that. So there are a variety of animals that are growing on top of the steel structure of the E.M. Clark. And that's one of the beautiful things about these sites, is that they're not only home to a diversity of fish, from small silvery bait fish all the way up to the large predatory sand tiger sharks that we're seeing today, but also beautifully colored corals and sponges and tunicates that you see growing on the wreck structure. And when we get some additional close-up views, we can try to identify some of those for you and for the rest of the audience. And I do want to say that we have another ecologist who has joined us, Dr. Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy. And one of Brendan's specialties is in identifying and studying reef fish that use rocky reefs as well as artificial structures for their homes. And so, Brendan, I want to turn it to you. What are your thoughts on the diversity of fish that you're seeing here today?
Yeah, thanks, everybody. Thanks, Avery, and hi, everybody. Happy to join the call today. We're seeing some really cool species on this structure. I'm happy to see red snapper out this deep. I saw some vermilion snapper as well that I don't think were mentioned, a school of those, so that was nice to see. And, of course, the other species that the other ecologists today have talked about. It's just great to see such an interesting diversity of fish off of this on this wreck off of North Carolina. And North Carolina is a really special place for fish diversity because it's kind of a natural break between the United States North Atlantic and the Labrador Current, and then from the south, the Gulf Stream. So we have the opportunity to see these tropical and temperate species on the same site, which makes it special as far as United States oceanic coast goes. And I'm seeing a map here on feed 2. to show us exactly where we are at the E.M. Clark wreck. So that's thank you for the map there, the Google Earth shot. So thanks again, Avery, and happy to be joining.
Yeah, thanks, Brendan. And one thing I'll add on there is that our team has examined exactly what Brendan was talking about. So Paula has led an incredible body of research understanding how reef fish, how the types of fish we see depend on temperature, and I'll let her weigh in on that in a second. And that temperature is largely dependent upon the interaction of waters associated with the Labrador Current and the Gulf Stream. But the other thing that our team recently discovered is that artificial habitats, including shipwrecks as well as intentionally deployed artificial reefs, can often host higher numbers of tropical and subtropical, so the warm water fish species, than natural reef equivalents that may be nearby, and we can certainly talk more about that. But Paula, hoping you can share a little bit of your insights on temperature and how that relates to the fish that we may be seeing today.
Sure. I'm always up for talking about bottom water temperature off North Carolina. So I don't know what it was, but after I started diving there, I kept wondering, like, you know, where's all this cold water coming from? Like when you're offshore, it'd be so warm on the surface, and then at the bottom it would be like 64 degrees, and I'd be thinking, where is this coming from? So I started just collecting temperature data on the wrecks, and then when we started studying the lionfish, we developed a whole array of about 30 natural reef and wreck sites where we put temperature loggers down and then conducted fish surveys for a series of, I guess we did it for about 6 years, and then expanded to conduct like cryptic fish surveys or surveys that just kind of focus on the smaller fish that you really can't see from basically a wide-angle shot like this, or you really have to look at a smaller area. But anyway, the bottom line is the relationship was just perfect with depth, because the continental shelf just slowly grades into deeper water off North Carolina, and at the same time you're getting closer and closer to the Gulf Stream, which is where we are now, and why there's so much current on this wreck. I know this is like full Gulf Stream current probably, which is like 4 to 5 knots. Any oceanographers out there can totally correct me. But that's the kind of current we've definitely seen on the E.M. Clark. But that temperature information, though, hopefully, I'm thinking that somebody else like Avery or the next crop of scientists are going to come along and continue that work and look at how the temperatures are changing, how the communities are becoming more and more tropical. That's one of the things that you could do in the future to compare how things are changing offshore. With that, I'll stop.
Yeah, that's a great topic to get into, Paula. I know we're trying to, the National Reef Fisheries Service, the state agencies, and academic partners are actively conducting studies that are trying to understand how the dynamics of the Gulf Stream are influencing fish communities, and through your great body of work, those dynamics were realized in some of the observations you made, and the potential influences of things like upwelling and those other complicated oceanographic patterns off of our coast. But over the longer term, we're also looking for evidence of warming oceans and how that may be affecting the fish communities that we see here. If we're noticing changes in shifts in distribution. Not a lot of strong evidence for that yet in our South Atlantic waters where we are here off of Hatteras, but that's been definitely observed in the more northern latitudes off of the Mid-Atlantic and New England. But it's studies like this that are going to give us more evidence and more data to help to test some of those hypotheses. Paula, when was the last time you dove on this site, and then maybe can you comment on the in contrast the differences between the studies that you guys conducted through technical diving on sites like the E.M. Clark, and then what we're able to do with ROV in expeditions like this?
Oh, right. Yeah, it's a big difference. I mean, you think about, putting a team of divers in the water. They can, you can get like 4 divers in the morning, and then 4 divers in the morning in the afternoon, or however many, a group of divers. And then they spend, 30 minutes max on the site, right? Because you don't have any more than that, and probably more like 20 to 22 minutes. But then you're spending all this time decompressing and everything. So putting divers in the water gets you closer to the wreck, I think, and you can. There's something about really being able to see and observe the fish community with your own eyes, and you guys could probably imagine that. Sometimes it's just like you want to be on the wreck. It's basically the most fun you'll probably ever have. I'll be honest, but compared to this, where you can sit here and actually get pretty close and study the wreck in such detail for such a long period of time. I think, that's pretty impressive as well. Hey, some vermilion snappers just came into view. I thought I'd point that out because I hadn't seen them earlier.
And I just want to remind people.
Well, it's so distracting to try to tell the story and then wait, what was that?
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry,
Multiple eyes.
So basically, we would do 50-meter transects, or so what's that, 150 feet or something, running a transect underwater, just observing and counting the number of fish so that you could quantify them over a certain area. I would say that's in contrast to, but we definitely always encountered current on the Clark. It was always an issue with current, and sometimes, unfortunately, and Connie probably knows this feeling maybe, but we've missed it before, whereby you're trying to slide in, up current and just kind of drift down on the wreck to get on the wreck, and then you just miss it. You don't see it, or you're just off by however many feet you're off, and that's just really disappointing. So that's a lot of wasted energy and time compared to what you guys are able to do here with ROV.
Yeah, and another thing, obviously what you're all seeing back on shore is the HD video that we're broadcasting through our telepresence capability, but the ROV is not just doing visual inspections, and certainly not just doing one. On board we have a suite of sensors. We actually have a handful of cameras recording perspectives from a few different angles, but we also have other sensors on board that are useful for both situational awareness for the pilots, but also for science and observation and analysis later. So we mentioned one earlier. We have the multi-beam sonar mounted to Yogi that provides these really stunning sonar images that can give us views much further than visible light is able to transmit through the water column. We also have other sensors on board, including a conductivity, temperature and depth, or CTD sensor, that is measuring those properties of the water and plotting them in terms of both depth and position on the seafloor. So all of that data is being collected, simultaneously while we're providing this imagery, and all of it will be recorded and made available for science later.
And I want to point out now we're moving from underneath the vessel more towards the deck, which is the top of the vessel where you would have walked and where the crew would have operated. So that's what you're seeing now on the left-hand portion of your screen, and we're actually on the right side of the vessel, which is the starboard side. Of course, there's some great views of sand tiger sharks as we explore the shipwreck of the E.M. Clark off the coast of North Carolina.
And so, Tanya, one of the largest fish that we've seen today is exactly what we're looking at right now, these sand tiger sharks. And these are a really important species for the fish community. One of the things that we've noted from remotely operated vehicle surveys on shallower sites in the E.M. Clark is that typically when you have sand tigers present on a shipwreck, there's going to be a higher variety of fish on that wreck at the same time. So that's a really important role that those large predators are playing for the ecosystem provided by the shipwreck and its fish community. And one of the things that we can look at is that each sand tiger has brown spots on their sides, and the pattern that those spots make is very much like a fingerprint for a shark. It can be used to identify an individual shark, and if we have videos or photos of that shark, we can look at its spots and figure out where it was over time. And that's something that has been done. It's being led by the North Carolina aquariums, who are on the line yesterday and maybe on the line later this morning. And through that research, the team has learned that sand tiger sharks will return to the same shipwreck, sometimes year after year. So just wanted to share that little tidbit. But back to talking about the value of being able to have unlimited bottom time with a remotely operated vehicle, Tane, hoping that you or Chris Sutherly may be able to...
Yeah, Chris Sutherly, maybe what do you think this technology affords us as archaeologists to really kind of look at this and take our time to view it versus being more concerned about our gas consumption and decompression?
I guess Tane, this absolutely gives us the luxury of time as divers, especially at some of these deep wrecks. The ROV is capable of getting high definition 4K now video and streaming it to us live with essentially unlimited bottom time. We're seeing some great shots here of the fantail of the ship, and looking through underneath the deck, some of the deck supports, and some of the vertical stanchion posts on it, as well as we saw just a bit ago some of the bits or the bollards on the aft deck on the fantail. But I think the Chris and Paula have talked about or mentioned as well. The bottom time on this to slowly take a look. My comment earlier too with the ROV being much more capable of maintaining position as a diver against the current. And the other benefit too is the ROV is equipped with high intensity lighting that is adjusted temperature wise to represent sunlight. So we're seeing accurate colors for the biology. We're seeing the accurate colors for the marine growth and the critters that are swimming around on this. And it's as divers, in addition to being limited for bottom time, in a lot of cases, those high intensity lights that we would want to carry they rapidly consume the battery power. So it's almost like we're kind of an analogy is we're seeing a video or we're able to watch a movie rather than seeing a bunch of in sequence still images type of thing where we would mentally or as divers kind of take snapshots of what we're seeing. We can just take our time and look at this wreck.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Go ahead.
We're seeing also in one of the feeds too, a good shot of the pintle and gudgeon where the rudder is hung from the stern of the ship.
Yeah, and thanks, Chris. And I know you mentioned the lighting earlier, and I just wanted to add a bit more to that. Both Guru and Yogi are outfitted with their own light banks. Obviously, as you descend through the water column, sunlight gets dissipated, and the environment gets darker. And so, in order to bring you this high-quality, high-definition imagery, we need to bring our own lighting systems with us. And so, Yogi and Guru are both equipped with LED lamps that actually are the same, what we call temperature, as sunlight at the surface. So we're basically bringing simulated sunlight down to the bottom so that the footage that we're capturing can provide as color accurate information as possible. And we actually do a white balance on the main camera before every dive in order to ensure that the colors that we're seeing in that main camera feed is as accurate to real life and as accurate to what it might look like if we were to bring these objects up to the surface and look at it at sunlight on the surface. So another important for both ensuring high quality imagery, but also useful for science, right? You want as accurate of information as possible, and you don't want to be misled by incorrect colors by the footage from the footage that we're seeing. And right now, I'll just point out we're actually deploying the camera system that I mentioned earlier, which is one of our important outreach tools, and also for science, as Tane mentioned yesterday. We're deploying our 360-degree camera called the Boxfish 360. It's made up of 3 different cameras with 3 different dome ports that are all recording images simultaneously. and that can be stitched together later to create an immersive VR experience or virtual reality experience of this shipwreck site. And so we are recording right now. You'll see it's on an extended arm, and the reason for that is that because we want to be able to bring the camera as far away from the vehicle as possible in order to give us the widest angle of view of the wreck itself. Though when you watch this footage later, which will be made available to the public at some point in the future for you to experience at home, when you watch this footage at home, you'll actually be able to see the ROV in part of the image. You'll be able to look behind you in your VR headset and see Yogi floating in the water column. And not only that, it records audio. So the cameras are recording audio, and that's one thing that kind of struck me when we tested a 360 camera in the past, is that the audio helps with that immersion. You're hearing the white noise of the ocean. You're hearing the thrust of the ROVs whirring in the water. You hear the pings of the sonar tracking navigation system, and it really brings you into that space and makes you feel like you're there.
Yeah, it's an incredible technology, and we're so happy to be sharing it with the world with the videos that we'll create from this, because it provides access, virtual access to these sites that are very difficult to get to. And it's part of the administration's America's Beautiful initiative, where we're sharing these very special places in meaningful ways. And for us, this 360 camera will provide a video experience that literally puts you in a 360-degree view swimming along the shipwreck. You can watch that on your computer from home using a mouse to sort of move around the screen and see different views, as you would left to right as a diver. Or even more immersive, if you have a pair of virtual reality goggles that are so prevalent today for the gaming people, that you could download it to that and then be really physically in that space virtually. So for us, it's breaking down barriers. So no matter who you are or where you are in the world, you could download this product for free and be part of this experience. So we're incredibly excited. And I know for the ecologists too, it can be very helpful to be in that space, that environment with the marine life, which I'm sure would be quite helpful. But maybe Chris or Avery, you can speak a little bit more to that.
Sure. So two things that were just mentioned that I think are really interesting is one, Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration was talking about how the 360 video cameras also record sound. And one of the things that our group of scientists and collaborators from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill have been up to is placing underwater microphones called hydrophones down on shipwrecks as well as nearby rocky reefs. And one of the things that we've found is that the types of sounds that you hear underwater made by fish and other critters like snapping shrimp can differ pretty substantially if you're on a shipwreck versus a natural rocky reef. And then the other thing that I think is really compelling with the views that we're seeing right now on the quad feed especially is that there were sand tiger sharks kind of hovering above the wreck. And I'm hoping Chris Taylor might be able to share a little bit about our team's findings of how currents can interact with these shipwreck structures that rise off the seafloor. Chris, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, we're just starting to build that story together, but you can imagine a vast expanse of sand and ocean currents sweeping through, and then suddenly you come to this massive structure here, and as the ocean currents interact with that structure, they're creating eddies and turbulence, and what we think may be happening there is those eddies and turbulence around the shipwrecks may be concentrating animals as they're being swept by stronger currents like the Gulf Stream produces, and so this may actually concentrate some plankton, and that supports the food web through feeding by the schooling fish, like some of the smaller tomtates that we saw swirling around earlier, and then those obviously feed the rest of the food web up the food chain to the larger predators. So the challenge is that it's with sensors like the ROV, where we're able to make these really fine-tuned measurements of these parameters, whether it be temperature, salinity, dissolved oxygen, and then the sensors on the ship that are giving us an indication of the currents down through the water column. And we're starting to put those pieces together. It's still a very complex story, and obviously very highly variable and related to the complexity and shape of each of these shipwrecks.
Thanks so much for that, Chris. One of the things that you said reminded me of some work that Dr. Brendan Rundy, who's also on the line, is doing with the Nature Conservancy. Brendan, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how the type of observations we're making today on vertically extensive shipwrecks underwater might be useful for planning wind energy off the coast of North Carolina and the Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, thanks, Avery. And that's absolutely right. That the vertical extent that we're seeing here on this shipwreck is a great way to study how offshore wind farms are going to influence the behavior of fish populations. And so right now in the United States Atlantic Ocean, there are 7 wind turbines. There are 5 in Block Island, Rhode Island, and there are 2 off of Virginia Beach, Virginia. It seems very likely or bordering on certain that over the next couple of decades there will be perhaps several thousand wind turbines in the Atlantic Ocean off the United States. And it's really important to use vertical structures like the one we're looking at right now on the E.M. Clark wreck as proxies for gaining as much understanding as we possibly can about how the introduction of these new non-wild or man-made structures are going to impact the behavior of these animals. So this is a really good way to gather some of that information, and this high definition footage is just fantastic. Wanted to comment a little more on some of the yeah, thanks, Chris. I just wanted to comment a little more on the lionfish that we're seeing here. For those who have just recently joined, were these fish with the filamentous dorsal fins and the bright red and white coloration are invasive lionfish, and a couple of species of these fish that are very clearly inhabiting the vast majority of this wreck and the surrounding sediment. And something that I don't think was said earlier about these invasive fish is that they are venomous, and those spines that are coming out of the dorsal fin and the pectoral fins do contain a venom that's harmful not only, of course, to mammals like humans, but also affect the fish that might otherwise eat these animals. So you might be thinking, well, these big sand tiger sharks are swimming right by these lionfish, and these lionfish don't look like they can get away, but why don't the sand tiger sharks just take a bite? And it's because of those spines. Mr. and Mrs. Sand Tiger Shark would not appreciate being stabbed in the roof of the mouth by that venomous spine. So the big problem with these invasive species is that there isn't really a way to control them biologically. Nothing's really going to eat them, at least not in their adult form, which is what we're seeing today.
Yeah, Brendan, so they're native to the Indo-Pacific, and at some level their populations may be controlled through predation and other factors. What do you think is the difference in the fish community that we have here and maybe the communities where they're native at the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, that's a good question, and so I might hypothesize that they're natural predators in the Pacific Ocean may have developed a tolerance for the venom. It could also be that the likely predators or would-be predators here in the Atlantic just aren't used to seeing these animals, not sure what to do with them. Another problem with lionfish and controlling their population is that they're not really receptive to any sort of normal fishing gear. They will not take a baited hook in most circumstances. They don't go into traps and respond to bait in that way. And so one of the only ways to control the lionfish population that has worked so far is to hold spearfishing competitions. And as you can see, these lionfish don't really care about the ROV, and they don't really care about scuba divers either. So you can swim right up to them. A spear fisherman can swim right up to them and eliminate them in that way. So, yeah, good question, Chris. I don't know if any of the other ecologists on the call want to weigh in on that one.
No, this is Paula. I just want to say you nailed it. Like, those are, yeah, that's how I would describe it, too. I also just wanted to point out that you guys saw that sand tiger shark that was just kind of resting there, like on the bottom, and I was thinking about the research you guys did about currents and stuff, and I just want to point out that the only place I've ever seen sand tiger sharks do that, where they're just kind of chilling on the bottom, is on wrecks that have a decent superstructure, and it just seems like they're in a scour hole or something where the current's running through. Anyway, I want to point that out.
And
it's an interesting behavior of the sand tiger sharks. They're somewhat unique for other shark species that have to swim in order to breathe. The sand tigers can pump water over their gills and get oxygen that way. It's a relatively unique feature among that species. It's a curious behavior, though, too, that they will just rest on the bottom, maybe just to take a break. Hey, Batane, I want to toss it back to you. We've been focusing so much on the ecology here just to get the spectacular footage, but let's get back to the archaeologists. What do you want to know about this site with some of the observations you're making here? Are there any mysteries still remaining on this wreck and how it's seen here on the seabed?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I don't know if there's mysteries per se, but for us as historians and archaeologists, we're honoring this heritage and the history that this ship represents, and that's World War II. The Merchant Mariner story. This was a merchant tanker carrying fuel for the war effort in World War II. So we recognize that history and the importance to world history that vessels like this made and its contributions. It was sunk by a German U-boat in our waters. So it's how that war actually came to America's doorstep. So we're very proud to tell that story. But for us, it's really, sharing this information we gather with our federal partners. They're sometimes not always the research-based, like the United States Navy, Coast Guard, or MIRAD, but we're happy to share this information with them, with the vessels they have authority over, and to really, kind of be a shared heritage as well, that we can share this with the public. So I should remind people that we are on the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark. We are off the coast of North Carolina in approximately 260 feet of water. We're about 20 or so miles off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. You can see we're in beautiful conditions in the Gulf Stream current here, which is strong. We can see the ROV moving quite quickly when we get into that current. But we're here on the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. Offshore here is what we call the NOAA, the pride of the NOAA fleet, the ship that can do it all. And, it's from the professionalism and the expertise of the crew that really makes it possible for us to hold station in quite strong currents here as well. And my name is Tane Casserly. I'm with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, and this project is a cooperative agreement between NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, who is making this ROV work possible with their ROVs and the satellite capability. Some of our experts we have with us are Chris Southerly from the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, who's on board with me. And then, of course, we have all our experts joining us remotely, which is the beauty of telepresence, which allows this live interaction, real-time exploration with folks on shore. So we have, again, with NOAA, the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science, National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, Chris Taylor, Avery Paxton, and Paula Whitfield. And you guys also have an additional expert with you as well. Is that correct?
Yes, Tane. Dr. Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy is on the line. He's an ecologist and fisheries biologist.
Yeah, and that's fantastic, and it really shows the capability of this technology is that we can bring in these experts so they, too, can lend their voice to the science and the data that's being collected. So, Brendan, thank you so much for joining us. And again, the key partner making this possible, this technology, is the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. They built these ROVs, they designed them, they built the satellite system, the capabilities. So, I believe we're only really seeing it between an 8 to 10 second lag in satellite time for what we're seeing in real life to what you're seeing at home. So it's an incredible technology we're able to share. You also see there's what looks like a strange arm extended from the ROV with some dome ports. That's actually a 360-degree video camera. So what it's doing is collecting video in 3 different lenses, which will then be put together to create sort of an immersive 3D experience, a virtual experience where you can actually put a headset on and feel like you're in this physical space, which we're very excited to share with the world. But yeah, it's just incredible. And if I could ask our ecologists, several times I've seen what looked like a stringy, sort of curved white tubes on the hull. What is that?
Tane, that's a good question.
Go ahead, Avery.
Oh, I was going to say that I think the resounding silence is that some of us may not know. I personally do not know. Chris, do you know what the white kind of curly organisms are?
But I think it's another form of soft coral or whip coral, but I'm checking resources right now, checking our books and seeing if you confirm that. Paula?
Well, I guess I was just thinking, when you said whip-like, I was thinking sea whip or something, but I'm going to go so far as to say it's an invertebrate.
That's a good one.
That's as far as I can get you as well.
Yeah.
But that does bring up a good point, which is something we've talked about earlier today on this dive on the E.M. Clark, as well as yesterday and the day before on the wreck of the USS Monitor, is that these shipwrecks, once they come to their final resting place on the seafloor, are not only home for a diversity of fish and large predators, but also very small and sometimes beautiful organisms like the soft corals that we've been seeing in brilliant red and pink hues today. And one of the things that Dr. Chris Taylor mentioned earlier was that sand tiger sharks are able to, unlike most shark species, remain relatively still and almost look like they're hovering in the water column, and wanted to share one of my favorite facts about sand tiger sharks, which is that they'll actually head up to the surface and take a gulp of air, and they can then return to depth and use that air to control their buoyancy. For those of you who are scuba divers, it's a very similar principle to filling your buoyancy compensator device or your BCD with gas so that you can remain neutral in the water column. And Tani, one of the things that we've been talking about a lot is learning from Paula Whitfield's previous dives and other previous ecological observations on this wreck site. And we can now take the new data that we're gathering today and compare to understand how the fish community may change over time. But I'm wondering if you and Chris Southerly might be willing to talk a little bit about how you as archaeologists assess the changes that the physical wreck structure undergoes over time.
I guess, yeah, Avery, this is Chris, and that is, as we've been talking about the ecology and the marine growth and everything, and how the habitat grows and changes. We've been sitting here thinking about the same thing with the shipwreck itself, and it becomes, other than studying the wreck itself, it's also, we're looking at the degradation and the site formation process on the bottom once the wreck goes down, because a lot of these wrecks, and this wreck in particular, was carrying 118,000 and some odd barrels of heating oil, which we don't know for certain when it was sunk, that a lot of that fuel oil probably burned as part of the fire from the two torpedoes that put her on the bottom, but we don't know for certain. So the looking at the degradation, the corrosion and collapse of the hull here in the water also plays into the management of these wrecks, both historically for their preservation, but also ecologically, because here along the Atlantic coast and elsewhere, especially in the Pacific, there are a lot of World War II casualties and other shipwrecks that went down full of fuel, diesel and carrying cargo and things like that. So it's a matter of how quickly the metals on this, be it iron or steel, are degrading to where you reach a failure on the hull stability. So maybe some of this oil or the fuels, the petroleum products, start leaking out and potentially adversely impact the marine environment. And a good example that a lot of people or some people, if they'd had the opportunity to travel to Hawaii and gone to the Arizona Memorial, the battleship USS Arizona it's weeping little oil globules still after being on the bottom in Pearl Harbor for this long, and so that could have an adverse impact to this vibrant marine life and growth that we're seeing around this wreck. So, I don't know what type of research that you all may have been doing along those lines.
Sorry about that, Chris. I just lost audio and hop back in. Can you repeat that last question, please?
I could say, yeah, absolutely. Just thinking about, we're considering the part of our management is looking at the structural integrity of these vessels, and a lot of these World War II vessels and more modern, a lot of them potentially went down with fuel oils and petroleum products and other things that are harmful to the environment, that may eventually, from the ship's degradation, may start leaking out into the ocean and disturbing this vibrant reef. And I don't know. I'm not current on any of the studies. I don't know if either you or Avery or Paula maybe knew if anything had been done recently looking at those potential impacts that we should be concerned about as the state and as the federal government from the management standpoint on these wrecks to be responsible stewards both culturally and biologically.
Yeah, I'll touch on that one just a little bit here, only because it's a bit outside of our area of expertise in the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. But there's another branch, a program office in NOAA called the Office of Restoration and Response that does study aspects like that, like potential impacts and threats to the natural environment from sinking ships or other human impacts that could cause pollutants of some kind. I recall that they had been aware and maybe conducted some desktop drills or exercises to understand how they would respond if they saw a leak of any sort of chemical coming from some of these shipwrecks. But I think I might have to leave it there because I'm not currently aware of specific studies on any of the wrecks off of our state here that would contribute to the understanding of the potential threats that they pose.
And I can weigh in there a little bit, Chris. This is Avery Paxton. Is that one of our colleagues, Dr. Lila Hamden, is conducting some groundbreaking research with her colleagues at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM, and they're trying to understand how the microbial organisms that colonize these shipwrecks change over time. And so one of the key things they're beginning to look at is how the microbial organisms can differ on different materials. So maybe like we were looking at yesterday, iron versus wood on the Monitor. But one of the things I'm hoping we can talk a little bit more about is that we're not seeing them right now, but for those of you who were tuned in earlier, we were seeing some fish that are very valuable commercial and recreational fishing species for the South Atlantic. And I was hoping that, Brendan, you might be able to weigh in and tell us a little bit about your observations and what you think that means in the context of how valuable this wreck is.
Yeah, thanks, Avery. This is Brendan Rundy with the Nature Conservancy. And so you're absolutely right that we've seen quite a few species on this dive so far that I would characterize as important recreational and commercial species. And some of those species we've seen, or that I've seen since I joined the dive call a little while ago, are Almaco jack, which is a very popular recreational species that are frequently targeted on wrecks, including this one. I have seen at least one species of grouper, but I think I saw a yellowmouth grouper in addition to the scamp grouper that was mentioned earlier. One of my favorite groups of fish to catch and to eat as well. Everybody out there, I'm sure, is a big fan of a nice piece of grouper. And then we saw a red snapper, which is perhaps the most popular recreational and commercial species that we've seen today. Just a hugely important economic resource that shipwrecks like this one, other artificial structures, and of course natural structures as well support those populations. And then maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago, we just saw a piece of a large school of fish around the corner of a wreck that looked to be sort of silvery pinkish. And I think what we were seeing there was a school of vermilion snapper, colloquial name beeliners. And those animals are, again, a very valuable recreational and commercial resource. So it's great to see those species on this wreck, and it's great to have this video information of the presence of these animals here that can be used to learn about how these organisms interact with the types of structure that humans introduce, either intentionally or unintentionally, into the ocean environment and the seascape.
Thanks so much, Brendan. That was really valuable insight. And for those monitoring video feed too, I'm hoping that Dan, perhaps from the Global Foundation of Ocean Exploration, may be able to tell viewers what they're looking at. What are those rectangles that we're seeing on the screen? And can you tell the viewers a little bit about the habitat map of the shipwreck that's underneath?
I guess Dan is actually in the galley right now, but I can maybe one of our pilots or Roland, you would be better able to describe what we're seeing here, or I could describe it. All right, sounds good. Well, I guess yeah, we had a question about the image on feed 2 that was showing the positioning of the ship and the locations of Guru and Yogi, and talking about that. Yeah, the high back screen.
So you can see Yogi in white and Guru in gray. Over the bathymetry or ocean bottom, and here you can see on the ocean bottom is the E.M. Clark. So we're on the northeast side of the wreck, and we're there for a reason. We attempted to set up and come in on the deck side or the southeast side earlier, and actually the current was so strong that we couldn't even get in position to come in that way. So we had to set up on the leeward side to the northeast, and that seemed to work pretty well. Our pilot, Bobby Moore over there, and co-pilot Andy O'Brien explored a little bit to the northwest side where the prop was, and a little bit on the deck side. And actually, we were just discussing coming down to the deck side of the ship to the southeast a little bit. It seems like the currents have shifted. Maybe that side is a little more in the lee. Our pilot was saying in the same spot earlier where he had to provide about 100% thrust just to stay put. He was not having to do near that much thrust to operate Yogi on that side. So we're gonna give that a go, I think. I just put in a ship move to the east-southeast to get Guru over there. So Yogi has a little bit more tether that direction. And I think we're just about done with that move, and we'll put in another one. And hopefully, if things go smoothly, we'll traverse down the deck as much as we can. So
I guess yeah, it sounds good. And those of you that are looking at the screen, you'll see the green and yellow lines that are trailing after the two ROVs, and those are marking just a track of their past locations as within their positioning. So, but the primary ROV Yogi is on the bottom and is what Bobby's flying. And working now, obviously you can see from the snowy effect, the Star Wars hyperspace type look, is the current is running pretty strong on this side, so he's maneuvering in and against the current there. But Yogi's on the bottom, and then it's tethered to the other ROV, Guru, by a 100-foot communication and power cable. And the Guru, which is the gray shading, as Chris said, on the HIPAC screen is hanging from the A-frame down approximately half-inch steel cable from the stern of the research vessel Nancy Foster.
And I'm hoping that Chris Taylor can tell the viewers a little bit about how we collect the seafloor imagery that you're seeing on screen 2, what the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration has termed their HIPAC screen. Chris, oftentimes our team uses sonar, so uses sound to map structured seafloor characteristics like shipwrecks, and I'm hoping you can tell our viewers why that's beneficial, and elaborate a little bit on how we've collected the imagery that they're seeing on that screen of the E.M. Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Avery. Chris Taylor here. Again, known as National Center for Coastal Ocean Science, and I'm based in Beaufort. Our team, the Habitat Mapping Team, known as National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, works with a variety of partners and with the NOAA fleet that have installed on the hull of the vessel a multi-beam echosounder system, and that is a multi-beam, which the name as it sounds is multiple beams that are transmitting sound very rapidly through the water, and that sound reflects off of anything of differing density in the water. So in this case, the seabed, which is a very hard reflector. We transmit about 512 pings 10 times a second, so over 5,000 pings a second that are transmitted out and then received back and tell us very precisely how far away the seabed is. That produces a fan, and then we, with the ship moving, we're basically painting the seabed with sound and getting a reflection of the depth of that sound. And by running parallel lines over the top of a wreck, we're able to completely cover and then produce soundings or depth measurements on the wreck and around the wreck. A wreck of this size, we can get resolutions to about 1 meter or about 3 feet on the grid cells on those maps, which is very good resolution and very much sufficient for us to then provide these models to Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, where they can bring it into their HIPAC and use it for situational awareness and navigation. The map that they showed you on HIPAC then represents those images in 2D, so 2D map where red is typically shallow and dark blue is deep. But those data are actually representing 3 dimensions. So we can also create maps and models that we can reconstruct the shape and complexity of the wrecks and other habitats on the seabed, and to understand the complexity and how they may relate to and form habitat of value to the fish that we're seeing in these sites. So we get a lot of information from those types of surveys. Most notably here, it provides a way for the ROV pilots and navigators to get to safely navigate and move around this wreck.
Like I say, yeah, and then having that data is absolutely critical for doing the navigation that these pilots have to do around the wreck, especially with the currents that are running here on the bottom, to keep both the wreck protected as well as the ROV, because this is a telepresence project. We're bringing this information live to you from about 20 miles offshore off of Cape Hatteras. We are 260 feet down, looking at the World War II tanker, the wreck of the E.M. Clark that was sunk by the German U-boat U-124 in March of 1942. This is a quite substantial wreck, almost 500 feet long. Extreme relief, as you can see, up above the bottom, which, as our ecologists have talked about, give an oasis in the sandscape on the bottom out here for the various marine species, both to grow on as structure to hide in and hunt around if you're a higher level predator. So we're looking at the stern here of the fantail of the ship. You can see the rudder to the right. It is turned slightly to port, and above that is one of the propellers from the vessel. part of the propeller shaft sticking out. To give you a scale on that, each one of those propeller blades is about 6 feet, so quite substantial. There's also a port side engine. The propeller and shaft on the downside, the left side of the ship, is buried in the sand, as the Clark is laying on her left side as she came to rest after she was torpedoed and went to the bottom. The sinking on this vessel was very rapid. The first torpedo did damage to the forward, mid to forward sections of the ship, bringing down some of the deck and the forward mast that held their primary radio communications. And the second torpedo that was shot at the E.M. Clark is the one that basically shot through her, and she sank in about 10 minutes. The crew of 41 individuals, 40 of the 41 did survive. They were able to get to the lifeboats and get off before she went down. The one individual, the crew member who did die on the wreck, was someone who was in the infirmary in the ship's hospital below decks, and they speculate that he probably he was asleep and was probably killed in the first torpedo blast. So, from the cultural heritage side of things, these wrecks offshore here, with the Battle of the Atlantic, as it has been termed, these wrecks are in many cases war graves and cemeteries underwater. That we have to keep that in mind and be aware of that as divers and just as individuals. This is a tragic event, a very dynamic event with the sinking, and a lot of the wrecks we have offshore here, there was a substantial loss of life, and there was a high toll on the merchant mariners that sailed the waters off of North Carolina.
It's a good shot of the control room. It's a busy place. Everybody, good to see everyone working. Glad that I think Tanya took a bit of a lunch break. I hope the lunch was as good as I remember on the Nancy Foster. We are making some great observations of the fantail of the ship here, and I guess I'll go back to the maps that we create. One of the other things that we were able to use these maps for is to understand where this wreck is in the context of the broader seascape. So we conduct these surveys, again, very rapidly at very high resolution, but over very large extent. We can survey several square kilometers in a given day when we're focused only on mapping. And that gives us an idea of where this site like this, like the E.M. Clark, is relative to other shipwrecks, to other natural rocky reef features, and that helps us understand maybe some of the connectivity that fish may see between, if they're able to migrate between these artificial and maybe some natural wreck sites. We've made some estimates. We're trying to understand how much of the seabed is occupied by things like shipwrecks, like artificial reefs and natural rocky reefs, and it's very challenging to do so because we just haven't been able to map the 100,000 or so square kilometers that it makes up the entirety of the South Atlantic outer continental shelf. So we're trying to do it by bits and pieces, as we're showing here. The great thing about the Nancy Foster and the work that we do with mapping is these maps can be created the night before the ROV makes the dive. So often we'll conduct mapping surveys in areas that have never been surveyed before, and we'll conduct that work from sunset until sunrise. And by sunrise, we'll have a high-resolution map that we can make decisions about how the ROV will tackle that site right away that next morning. So it's a very quick and efficient process made possible by the expertise of the survey techs and the navigations officer, the wardroom, and the bridge for navigating those complicated transect lines to produce the highly accurate data.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
And Chris, one of the other things that I was going to mention is that we can also use the same sort of sound that we use to map the seafloor and the shipwrecks and the rocky reefs in the seascape. we can also use that to map where fish are. And the way that works is these pings of sound that are emitted downwards into the water column, they will bounce off of objects like the seafloor or a shipwreck that have a density that differs from that of the surrounding seawater. And so we can also use that same principle to map where the fish are. And usually the bigger the fish, the more strongly it'll reflect sound. And so we're able to get an idea of approximately how big the fish are and where they are without even being underwater. And that's been very valuable for us to get a broader spatial understanding of how these fish are distributed around the wreck sites. But Tony, what were you going to say?
Oh, no, pardon me. No, this is fascinating. Well, I just want to remind folks that we are on the shipwreck of the E.M. Clark, a World War II era tanker that was sunk by a U-boat on March 18th, 1942 by the U-124. We are off the coast of North Carolina on Cape Hatteras at 260 feet on the seafloor. We're aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, which we're very lucky to have with us, lending their expertise and professionalism to hold us on station on these very strong currents off North Carolina, you can see. But we're also, right now, Avery, we're connecting with a partner on land, and then we're going to have another partner join us on the phone line. So maybe can I have you introduce our new partner that the audience is joining us in North Carolina?
Sure. So right now we are expecting the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island to be tuning in. Hopefully our colleagues Paul as well as Sean Harper may be joining us from the North Carolina Aquariums. Paul or Sean, are you all on the line?
Well, and I think they're actually going to be sharing their thoughts through the chat function.
Okay,
so not going to be calling in. But we will be having also Joe Schwartzer joining us, who's the director of the North Carolina Maritime Museum System. And Joe, are you with us?
I am.
Well, thank you, sir, for joining us here and sharing your knowledge with us on these World War II shipwrecks. And I know you're stationed down there at the graveyard of the Atlantic Museum. So thank you for joining the team today.
Well, thank you for having us. And may I just say that the coverage you're getting is just stunning. It really is exciting to see this. You're doing a great job.
Oh, well, thank you. It's the expertise of the entire team. But Avery, maybe, because the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island is such a big partner for all of us, in telling the story of these habitats of the marine life, maybe you could talk a little bit about what we're seeing on the screen in terms of the marine life, and we'll monitor the YouTube chat if they have any questions from their audience.
Perfect. So it looks like the North Carolina Aquariums are indeed on the line. They have aquarium visitors who are in their facility and really excited to be a part of the exploration. So for those who are just joining us, again, we're on the wreck of the E.M. Clark, and today we have been greeted by a plethora of sand tiger sharks. Sand tiger sharks are one of the largest predators we've seen out here today on these sites and are also an animal that you can observe in the North Carolina aquariums. And the North Carolina Aquariums program are able to actually identify individual sharks using the spot patterns along their sides. And that is a program that hopefully will be able to use some of the video footage that we collect today and during the rest of their mission to add to the collective understanding of how sand tiger sharks are using shipwrecks as key habitats. In addition to sand tiger sharks, we've seen red snapper, we've seen vermilion snapper, we've seen several grouper, large schools of big fish called jacks that are very quick swimming and silvery. And we've also seen some crickstick species. We've seen a few angelfish and butterfly fish and have been really awed at the amount of colorful growth of animals, we call them benthic invertebrates mostly, that are growing on the wreck structure itself. So if anybody from the aquariums does have questions, we're really eager to answer those, and we'll be monitoring the chat accordingly. But I want to toss it over to one of the other ecologists who's joining us, Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy. Brendan, I'm hoping you can share some of your observations from the wreck today about the marine life with those from the aquariums who've just joined.
Yeah, thanks, Avery. So you gave us a pretty good rundown of some of the fish species that we've seen. I want to point out and ask the aquarium visitors to keep a sharp eye for invasive lionfish that we've seen a few of on the wreck so far. I'm not sure if the Roanoke Island Aquarium has lionfish in their exhibit, but I know that the Pine Knoll Shores Aquarium down here south of you guys certainly does. And lionfish are an invasive fish species that was, we think, accidentally introduced in the 1990s in Florida and has made their way up the Atlantic coast and into the Gulf of Mexico. And they inhabit, as was being discussed earlier, a wide range of depths. I think we might see one on the right-hand side of the screen right now, just out of view, or just barely in view, I should say. So in addition to those invasive species, like lionfish, Avery pointed out the jacks. We've seen a tremendous diversity of smaller fish. Ooh, looks like we had a sand tiger interaction there. We've seen several species of groupers. I think I spotted a new one for us today that's a gag grouper that we saw over when we were at the stern of the wreck a minute ago. And then, yeah, a couple species of snappers. We're seeing a great barracuda there on the left-hand side of the screen, and maybe another one at the top of the screen. I can't quite tell. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a great barracuda. So some of these species certainly are in the aquarium exhibits in North Carolina, and some may not be, but this wreck is just really great fish diversity, a variety of species all around the food web, from the smallest little wrasses and things like that that are sort of flitting around the structure itself, all the way up to the sand tigers that you're looking at right there on the screen. So I'll pass it back to you, Avery. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Brendan. So we're also very fortunate to have Paula Whitfield, an ecologist with NOAA, on the line today. And Paula has, along with several others who are joining us, been diving on the E.M. Clark. And one of her research programs that she led was on understanding lionfish and how other fish are using these valuable habitats. And so, Paula, we have a question coming in the chat about lionfish and wondering if there are predators off the coast of North Carolina that'll consume them, and folks are particularly curious about whether the sand tiger sharks may be eating lionfish.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I just want to point out that Brendan actually answered this perfectly just a little while ago, but I will give it a shot, because basically most people don't think that they do have any natural predators in the Atlantic, although there have been like some rare examples of them finding lionfish in the guts of grouper and the guts of sand tigers and things like that. The thinking is that they really don't have any natural predators here, at least not like they probably have in their native habitat, which is just so much more diverse because they're from the Indo-Pacific. So that's what I think that's what generally people think. And their population just they're just in a pretty high density on these wrecks. So that's one of the things that we found out.
Thanks, Paula. And one of the things that Paula's research and other folks' research has been showing is that we're able to get these snapshots of how the fish are using the shipwrecks over time, which are really valuable to advancing our understanding of how these wrecks, once they sink to the ocean floor, form homes for such an incredible array of marine life. And Tane, I'm wondering if you might be able to share from the archaeological perspective what you and Chris Southerly and others on the line today are determining about how the wreck structure has changed over time.
Yeah, that's a good question, Avery. And just to orientate people, what we're seeing on the screen here, the bottom right is actually the bottom of the vessel. This is the whole thing is the bottom of the vessel, but that's actually the keel of the vessel that ran the entire length of the lower hull, and it really kind of helps the vessel to stay stable and track in a straight line, but that's totally intact. We see this beautiful, huge propeller shaft here with these 6-foot propeller blades, and of course the lower hull of the vessel towards the stern, which is the end of the vessel. But it's really been using remote sensing technology to track changes over time on these vessels because they are so huge in deep water. Using ROVs, we do have diver observations, but the challenge with divers are, of course, being this is such a deep site. It's 260 feet on the seafloor. It's spectacular. But you get limited bottom time, 20 minutes, 25 if you're lucky, maybe a little bit longer with a closed circuit rebreather. But using this technology now, it's nearly unlimited bottom time. So for us, it's a great way to make visual observations and really track how these vessels are doing over time. And right now, from my experience diving on it, the ship is looking really good. But, Joe Schwartzer, this might be one of the first times you've seen this live. What's your impression of what you're seeing now of this World War II heritage on our seafloor?
Well, this is really remarkable, Chris. What's fun is I've been listening to this all morning, and something you point out is that very few people are aware of the number of naval actions that took place off North Carolina, and they're equally unaware of how close we came to losing the Second World War because of that. The losses here were devastating. Each ship was carrying enough supplies for Great Britain for a month, and when you start losing more than a ship a day, that's considerable. That's a real problem. And even Churchill admitted at the end of the war the only thing that really scared him was the U-boat threat. And you're seeing an example of that here. E.M. Clark was carrying 118,700 and some odd barrels of oil. And that's a tremendous logistical loss. But the fact that it didn't erupt in flames is a miracle. I mean, we were fortunate to have some personal first-hand accounts of this, especially from the radio operator, Earl Schwab. And it's really remarkable. They only lost one man, and that's because he was in the hospital where the torpedo hit. And the fact that it didn't erupt in flames, and equally remarkable, many of them blamed the sinking on the fact that there was a significant thunderstorm going on, and the lightning was silhouetting the freighter in the night sky, and they think that's why Johann Moore and the U-124 spotted it and sank it. So it's really incredible. Moore, by the way, had sunk Cassandra Luludis the day before the E.M. Clark, and in a space of about I think about 6 days, sank a total of 8 ships, including E.M. Clark. And his report back, his official action report, ranks as being somewhat unique in that it's a poem. It's the new moon night is black as ink. Off Hatteras the taker sank. Roosevelt sadly counts the score, some 50,000 tons by Moore. This is the stories that are associated with these wrecks are just really remarkable.
Yeah, that's amazing, Joe. Thank you for that, and that's why we bring in experts like Joe to help tell these stories because they're the experts with it, and we really appreciate it. And Avery, do you have any more questions from the aquarium?
We do. We have a question about the current. I've relayed that the current when we started the dive was in excess of 1 knot, and I'm wondering if you guys may have a update on that. Has the current increased, decreased throughout the day so far?
Well, maybe we could bring in the ROV pilots, and they could help us with that first-hand knowledge.
Perfect.
Hi there.
Oh.
This is the ROV pilot of Yogi. We have about a knot of surface current, and that stayed very steady throughout the day. 1 knot at 0.67 at the moment. And interestingly, the bottom current is just as strong or possibly stronger, and it's been very steady all day long. Yogi's currently in the lee of the stern of the vessel, just to stay out of the main flow of current. And that's about all we can do today, because how strong the flow of current is. We're really at Yogi's limits of its ability to hold heading and maneuver with this bottom current today.
Yeah, thank you, Todd.
Thank you so much for that knowledge, Todd. One of the other questions, Tane, I think this one is for you, is I guess can you or Chris Sutherly or Joe talk a little bit about the oil that was formerly in this vessel? Folks are wondering, is it still there?
That's a good question.
That is a good question. I mean, to the best of our belief, we do think it's still there, but I personally have never seen any evidence of it. So they seem to be well contained. And Joe, have you heard anything from the locals in the Cape Hatteras area?
No, there's been no evidence of any leaking oil from this wreck, which in itself is somewhat remarkable. We do have some wrecks that are known for having leaking aviation fuel, but this is not one of them.
Yeah, so we're quite lucky in that regards. But we do watch, we do monitor, we do listen to what the locals are saying because they're the ones who are out here, and of course we work very closely with the United States Coast Guard. As this is their bailiwick to sort of respond to these type of events. But so far, this vessel is in very good shape.
And I think we just passed by maybe 10, 15 seconds ago a beautiful stingray. Did any of the ecologists on board see that? And if so, could you share a little bit about stingrays and maybe what type that was?
I couldn't make out what kind it was, but I saw multiple stingrays swimming by there for a second in the rear camera from the ROV racing across the sand. But some of the more common ones you encounter on these wrecks are southern stingrays. They can get to be quite large. It's hard for me to judge how big that one was or those were.
Yeah, I agree. It was probably a southern stingray. It's definitely the most common, but I'll admit that I missed it. I missed the stingray. So every once in a while we would see roughbacks, like they'd have like a higher or ridges on their backs, but the southern stingrays, they looked almost like a southern, but without, that rough look. Maybe Brendan is more familiar.
Definitely not a stingray biologist, but I concur that it was likely a southern. I also wanted to point out that we've been seeing a pair of butterfly fish around this propeller that are kind of yellow, white, and black, and I think those are spot fin butterfly fish, which typically do occur in pairs. It would not surprise me at all if the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island had a couple of those, and so just a neat little fish that really small mouth parts that are evolved for eating the encrusting organisms like barnacles and other invertebrates that we see living all over this wreck.
That's a really interesting point, Brendan. I'm wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on how different fish are able to exist up in the water column versus those that may feed closer to the bottom. So what are their adaptations that enable them to take advantage of those very different areas within the water?
Yeah, good question, Avery. And so this wreck, I'm not sure what the total vertical extent is of the wreck. Maybe someone can answer that here in a second. But we do see fish with a tremendous diversity of different ecological strategies using the wreck and the area around it. And so the stingrays, given their morphology, how their bodies have evolved to be wide and flat, will typically be, at least when they're not doing something like foraging, will typically be on the sandy bottom around the edges of the wreck. And then we have these small-bodied fish, like some of the animals that we're seeing right now on the screen, that are flitting in and out of the crevices in the interstitial space in the wreck. They're just trying to evade predation because that's kind of at least half of their entire existence on a place like this is trying not to get eaten. And then you have the larger, more predatory bony fish like the red snapper that we've been seeing and the groupers that do usually utilize, the red snapper in particular will utilize a wide vertical extent of the wreck, whereas groupers might tend to stay closer to the bottom. And that's just an adaptation based on the types of animals that they're trying to eat and the predators that they're trying to avoid. And also their physiological ability to handle the pressure change between the bottom and then much higher up on the wreck, so that the fish have to deal with the same sort of situation that a scuba diver has to deal with when they change depth too rapidly. There are some pressure changes that can affect the gases inside their bloodstream, their swim bladder, and other organs that if they change depth too quickly can actually cause organ damage or displacement. So those are all the things that in the mind of a fish we have to think about. Oh, there's a stingray right there.
Yeah, great perspective on that stingray. Chris Taylor, would you be able to share some of what we currently know about sand tiger sharks and how sometimes they are surrounded in balls of fish? You have an analogy that you commonly like to use to describe that. Hoping you can share that with the group today.
Yeah, thanks for that, Avery. Yeah, it's curious. It's a curious phenomenon that we observe with large sand tiger sharks in particular, and even some of the very large-bodied groupers. That it just doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't make sense, or intuitively it doesn't make sense that the small swarms of small bait fish, it could be small scad or even young tomtates or other grunts, will form almost like a swarm around the sand tiger shark. Like an analogy that I put on is like flies around a pig. And it's just curious to understand why they would put themselves in such close proximity to a large predator like that, and why the sand tiger wouldn't just sort of reach out and grab them and use them as a snack bar. But it's a very common phenomenon. In fact, I'm surprised that we're not seeing it. We saw the phenomenon yesterday on the USS Monitor, and I'm surprised we haven't seen that here. It might be related to the currents, and the bait fish may be trying to seek shelter from the strong currents in other parts of the wreck.
So, hi everyone.
That's cool that you brought that up, Chris. Yeah, this is Paula. I mean, it's almost like when you see them like that, it looks like a little fish cloud. It looks like they're just swimming around with that fish cloud around them. It is a very curious behavior.
Yeah, sometimes you can't even see the shark through the cloud of fish, and sometimes the schools and the swarms are just so massive that at least when I'm scuba diving on these wrecks, it can become almost disorienting. With the shimmering and the silvery fish swimming all around, and then suddenly you encounter the large sand tiger shark in the middle of that mass. It can get the heart rate going every once in a while.
And Tane, I believe you have been diving on the E.M. Clark in person, correct? I know Paula has, but I'm hoping you can share with us your memories of the first time you dove on this site and how what you're seeing today compares.
Yeah, I can tell you for certain that the E.M. Clark, off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, is one of the most stunning shipwrecks anywhere in the world. It's part of our World War II heritage, sunk by a German U-boat. Sadly, with a loss of one life, which is fortunate in regards that most of the crew was saved. But just in terms of the sheer scale of the shipwreck is mind-boggling. I mean, it's really only about 100 feet shorter than the Titanic. It gives you a sense of scale. And to be able to see that at relatively shallow depths, and I say relatively because it's still accessible by highly trained technical divers, but it's magnificent. And I remember once my first dive, we had crystal clear conditions, and I was on the bottom at about 270 feet in a little scour, and I looked up and I could see the dive boat above us. And I mean, it was spectacular. So you have the history, which is incredible. As Joe Swartzer mentioned, this is the war coming to our shores, and how much we came close to losing that war, and this is a representation of that. But also the marine life too here is just incredible. So I think I would call it it's a treasure for North Carolina to have this. It's the sense of for scuba divers or for fishermen who come out here on the charter vessels. I mean, this is a spectacular sight for everybody. And I think something for the people of North Carolina to be proud of, that this is off their shore. Do you have any other questions from the aquarium?
It looks like we do not have any additional questions from the aquariums coming in. We're continuing to monitor. One thing that I think folks may be interested in is that yesterday the ROV pilots were able to turn on lasers that we could use to measure features of the shipwreck, and we could also actually use to measure sharks. I'm wondering if there's anybody from the Global Foundation of Ocean Exploration who may be able to elaborate on that a little bit.
Before we get to that, I just want to point out that on the second screen, we're showing images of the E.M. Clark when it was afloat, and some images of it too, some sonar images as well. But just as we listen to Dan tell us about GFOE, please also take a look at feed 2, as well as feed number 1.
Right. Yeah, well, that's a great topic to raise. So again, the RVs are outfitted with all kinds of different sensors and tools that we can use to measure and observe these sites of significance and ecosystems on the seafloor. And Obviously, when you're looking at a camera view, it's hard to get a sense of scale. It's hard to get a sense of how large these objects are without any reference points. And so the ROV Yogi is equipped with 2 lasers that are spaced 10 centimeters apart, and I believe they are activated right now. You can see the laser beam itself kind of flickering in the marine snow that's drifting by, but as the pilot gets closer to the hull there, you can see those lasers right there in the center. Those are 10 centimeters apart, and so while it might be difficult to get a precise measurement right now, we can certainly get a rough estimation based on those laser spacings. And later on, scientists or archaeologists can review the footage, pull out a frame, and do a more precise measurement of how big these objects are based on that laser spacing. So that's a really important tool. We're always trying to balance getting the beautiful imagery with the lasers off to see things as they are naturally, and then making sure to turn them on for at least a few frames so that that data is there, that information is there to be analyzed later. And for those of you watching through the live interaction right now, my name is Dan Rogers. I'm here with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. GFOE is a nonprofit engineering group that's based in Mystic, Connecticut, though the team also has an ROV engineering workshop in Rhode Island. The group in total is made up of around 25 to 30 people, 10 of which are on board today, helping to support the telepresence and ROV operations on the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. So all this equipment a few weeks ago was up in Rhode Island, and just a couple weeks ago it was all put on the back of a flatbed truck in shipping containers and trucked down to Charleston, South Carolina, where we did the mobilization. All that equipment was brought on board and installed over the course of a week, and that's everything from the ROVs, the vehicles themselves, to all of the control room monitors and computers, to the satellite tracking dish that we use to broadcast this footage in real time through satellite connections. So all of this is what we call a flyaway system. It can all be installed on the ship and removed after the expedition, and able to take advantage of ships of opportunity like this.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. And Avery, I think we have some more questions that came in.
We do. One of the questions that came in relates to what Dan was talking about with the lasers. The North Carolina aquarium visitors are interested in understanding if we can use the images of sand tiger sharks, especially those with lasers superimposed on top of them, to identify individual sharks. And the answer is yes, we can, and that directly will feed into one of the North Carolina Aquarium's programs. It's a citizen science program called Spot a Shark USA, and it's almost like a Facebook or a who's who of sand tiger sharks. We can use images of the side of the shark to look at the patterns of spots, the brown spots along their flanks, and those spots make a pattern that's unique to an individual shark, just like a human fingerprint. And so, yes, we're hoping that those photos can be used and analyzed by Spot a Shark USA so that we can understand more about how sand tiger sharks are using the structure created by the shipwrecks for their homes. We also have another question coming in. Chris Taylor, this one is directed to you. Do we ever see marine mammals on shipwrecks like the E.M. Clark?
We haven't seen marine mammals on the wreck on the Ian Clark yet today on this dive, nor did we see any on the USS Monitor yesterday. But we have encountered marine mammals, particularly dolphins, on similar wrecks where we've been doing our scuba diving.
Thank you, Chris. There's some more comments coming in about the number of lionfish around the wreck. Yes, we're seeing a pretty remarkable number of lionfish around the wreck. Paula, I'm wondering if you can say a few words about that.
Yeah, sure. I've been watching too and thinking back to, all the surveys we did off the coast of North Carolina that first characterized, the lionfish distribution and abundance, and without running a quantitative survey, it's impossible to know how the density compares. At this point, I'm sure you guys will be able to figure it out, with the data that you're collecting. But to me, it looks like there's as many. This is as high of a number as I've seen on Rex. So it still seems like their numbers might be increasing here.
Perfect. Thank you, Paula. And so we're nearing the top of the hour, and I just wanted to thank the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island for tuning in. You all have some phenomenal questions, and I'm going to turn it back over to Tane to give us the top of the hour updates and introduce our next interaction with the North Carolina Museum of History.
Yeah, that's great, Avery. Thank you so much. So now we're being joined by the North Carolina Museum of History in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I believe we might have Stacy Smith on the phone. Stacy, are you with us?
Hey, everyone. Yes, we are here.
All right, Stacy, thank you so much for joining us. We are at the shipwreck site of the E.M. Clark, a World War II era tanker, sunk off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, in approximately 260 feet of water. So again, this is a World War II era vessel sunk by a German U-boat, the U-124, on March 18th, 1942. And we're coming to you live through a cooperative partnership with NOAA and the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. Just to introduce some of the people we have on board here who you'll be interacting with is myself. I'm Tane Casserly with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. We also have Chris Sutherly from the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. And then on the line, we have a cohort of yours, Joe Schwartzer, director of the North Carolina Maritime Museum System. And from NOAA, we have from the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, we have Chris Taylor, Avery Paxton, Paula Whitfield. And from the Nature Conservancy today, we are very lucky to have Dr. Brendan Rund. And so, hello, and this is being brought to you by the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. So they actually run all the ROVs, they design them, and the satellite capability. So maybe for the audience in Raleigh, we have Dan here from GFOE. Maybe tell us a little about that.
Sure, thanks, Tane. Yeah, my name is Dan Rogers, here with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, the engineering group that's supporting the technical operations on board the NOAA ship Nancy Foster here, or the underwater technical operations, I should specify. We're about 10 people that are on the ship with many different expertises, ranging from mechanical engineering to electrical engineering, software, data, video engineering, even satellite communications expertise. So we are in charge of supporting everything from the vehicles that are actually down on the bottom, taking this great footage that you're seeing right now, all the way to the video broadcasts that you're able to use to view from shore. So we bring all of our equipment with us. This does not live on the NOAA ship that we're operating from. We're using our flyaway system, the ROVs, Yogi and Guru. And just in case there might be some people out there that don't know what an ROV is, ROV stands for remotely operated vehicle, meaning that we have two relatively small vehicles out down in the water right now. There's no one inside of them. This is not a submarine. Everyone is safely and comfortably aboard the ship in a control room, and the vehicles are connected to the ship via a cable that carries all the power and communications and things like that. So that's just a little bit about GFOE. We're going to be more than happy to answer your questions about the technical aspect of operating underwater robots soon. But Tane, did you have any more introductions, or can we?
No, well, so we got an audience waiting for us for just a little bit of time in Raleigh. So Stacy, do your folks have any questions for us as we're exploring the shipwreck? We were supposed to be at the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary today, the USS Monitor. We ran into very strong currents and winds, so we moved to an alternative site, which we were going to visit anyway, and we're getting some spectacular shots now from the seafloor. So, what are your thoughts from Raleigh?
So that's a perfect intro for one of our first questions. These wrecks are so deep below the surface, but the weather up top obviously has a big effect on your ability to dive these sites. Can you speak to that?
I can take a first crack at it. Well, anybody knows who's worked off the Outer Banks of North Carolina knows they don't call it a cape for nothing, as I've been saying today. So it is very challenging. We have very strong currents here. Gulf Stream and the Labrador, of course. We're in the Gulf Stream now because you can see the beautiful blue and the clarity, but of course that's an increased current. It's going to be a lot stronger. So it presents challenges, and you could have winds going one direction, waves going another, and the current going into another. So it takes a really skilled set of individuals to be able to do this work. So for scuba divers, we got a little more flexibility because we're free swimming, right? So we can kind of reach some of these places and don't have a big line behind us. Well, the ROVs that GFOE has here, they have a giant tether, and that, provides real-time learning and experience, but of course also is a restrictive point in some regards too, that it's like a giant leash. So, but we're very lucky. It takes a huge skill set to be able to get this done.
Yeah, and we just want to highlight, one of the essential personnel on board. We're here from the GFOE supporting the underwater robots and the telepresence technology, but we're working very closely with the crew of the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, who have just been fantastic to work with in planning and executing these underwater missions. And sitting next to me now, we're actually going to introduce one of the personnel on board, and Dale, we're on camera, so you can speak to the camera. I'll get out of your way. But we're going to have him introduce himself and talk about some of his responsibilities and roles on the ship.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Lieutenant Dale Gump. I'm on board the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. I'm the operations officer here. It's been a great partnership to this point. I've really enjoyed working with everybody, and for me, it's just so fun to see the group come together, really from all different walks, and to see us, you see a really highly functional team, but really, we just met each other weeks ago, and to see the way that this whole thing comes together, it takes all of us. So our job up on board the ship is the operator. So our deck crew starts from the very beginning, helping with the loadout. We really take off from there, and our engineers are involved in the process, making sure all the power structures are right, our electronic technicians, and everybody is making sure that every piece is just so, because this flyaway operation, this operation that comes to us with blank decks turns into what you're seeing now, and it's really impressive. Our jobs as the officer on board the ship up in the bridge or the wheelhouse, we are focusing on keeping the ship stationary at times, or moving it in very, very small increments. And so we have a dynamic positioning aboard that we use to make sure that we can make those really, really minute changes, or these finite changes that keep the ROV steady and safe. We have a crew here that lives on board the ship. We have different projects, scientific projects. Everyone is new. Everyone is different. But I have to say, quite biasly, that this one so far has been my favorite. So I thank you for having me, and this is great. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Dale, thank you so much. We couldn't do it without you and the officers and crew of the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. Going back to Raleigh, Stacy, do you have maybe some more questions for the team at sea and for our experts on land?
We do. Just 1 second.
So we're actually beaming live into the North Carolina Museum of History in Raleigh and talking to their audience right now, live from the seafloor off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, at 260 feet.
Okay, we are back with a question. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to fill the space here, but go ahead, Aquarium, or go ahead with your question.
So our next question is, can the ROV actually take samples, like grab stuff and bring it up to the surface?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and this is Dan Rogers again with GFOE. The ROV Yogi is capable of collecting samples. It has a small electric manipulator arm that has been and can be used to collect both geological and biological samples. Yogi also has what we call a suction sampler, which is basically like an underwater vacuum cleaner that can suck up really soft materials and store them in sample bins to be brought up back to the surface. So while Yogi does have that capability, and for some missions that's used, this whole expedition is operating under the look but don't touch rule. So, every site that we're visiting has a lot of cultural, historical, and ecological significance. Some of them are protected areas, and we are not sampling or touching the shipwreck. And so that includes not even bumping the wreck with the ROV. We try to maintain a safe distance so that we don't actually accidentally drive into it. The data that we're collecting isn't in samples. It's in video imagery that can be used and observed and analyzed later. It's with the onboard sensors that are constantly and continuously recording water properties like conductivity, temperature, and correlating that with depth and position that scientists can use to, correlate, physical properties of the water with the type of biology that we're seeing. So things like that. So again, we can sample, but we are not sampling on these missions.
Yeah, I should add, this is a no artifact take expedition. We are just simply documenting these sites visually and sharing them with all of you at home and in the auditorium in Raleigh. And Stacy, do you have any more questions for us from your audience?
We do. We have a follow-up question. So how are we getting to see these images from way down there? Is there a cable on the ROV, or how does that work?
That is a great question. So as I mentioned before, ROV stands for Remotely Operated Vehicle. So there is no one in the vehicle. It is not a submarine. It is entirely controlled from the ship. So how that works is that Yogi, our main ROV, is the vehicle from which you're seeing the main camera feed on feed 1. That's actually going down to the bottom onto the wreck and very close to the wreck with a video camera on board. That video signal is then sent up a loose neutral tether that's about 100 feet long up to a secondary ROV called Guru. Guru is what we call a camera platform, which means that it also has an HD camera, and if you go to feed 2, I believe you can see Guru's camera. It's basically a third-person perspective of Yogi at the bottom. And Guru also has a light bank and illuminates the seafloor around Yogi. So it provides both situational awareness as well as a higher level view of the bottom. It sits about 30 feet above Yogi. Guru itself is then attached to a steel cable that's a little over half an inch in diameter. That steel cable has copper conductors and fiber optic cables, and all the power, all of the communications, the video, the control, the feedback, everything is run through that cable. And Guru basically sits almost like a clump weight off the back of the ship. So everything is connected to a cable up to the ship, run into our control room, and then transmitted over our satellite tracking dish through satellites up in space, back down to shore, and into YouTube, through which you're all viewing this today. So, and I just want to highlight that all of this happens from the seafloor to your screen in 5 to 8 seconds. That's all it takes. A 5 to 8 second delay from what we're seeing on the seafloor to you viewing it at your venue today.
And Stacy, for all of you watching the auditorium, we're looking at part of the steering mechanism that's attached to the rudder of the E.M. Clark here. And again, because we are on the shipwreck E.M. Clark, the World War II tanker, off North Carolina, about 260 feet of water. So we're on the stern of the vessel, which is the end of the vessel, on the deck, and the ship is actually laying on its left side, or its port side, and the starboard side is actually up on the water column, and the whole vessel is totally intact laying here, so it's a pretty spectacular view we have. And are there more thoughts maybe from the audience?
Yes, we have one other question. Wondering if you could kind of give us the rundown on the, I think you said the name E.M. Clark, but kind of the name, the origin of the registration for the ship, and was it carrying cargo, and if so, do you know what that was?
Well, you know what? We have on the line Joe Schwartzer, from the director of the North Carolina Maritime Museum System, and he actually was talking a lot earlier about some of the history of the ship. Can you share, Joe?
Yeah, I can give some information. Now, how the name E.M. Clark was given, I don't know. The previous name, the ship was built in 1921, and her previous name was Victorite. She was renamed E.M. Clark, and she was out of Wilmington, Delaware, and she was carrying 118,725 barrels of fuel oil. Which is, the fact that it was torpedoed and it didn't erupt in flames is remarkable. But that's all the information I have on that aspect of the wreck.
And I can tell you the owner was from Standard Oil from New York, and it was sunk by the U-124 on March 18th, 1942.
Right. It was originally with the Imperial Oil Company until it joined the Esso fleet, and that was just before the war. And it was torpedoed by U-124 under the command of Johann Moore. This is right at the height of Operation Paukenschlag. That's Operation Drumbeat. When the United States entered the war, Admiral Dönitz immediately sent 14 U-boats to the coast of the United States, and they were remarkably effective. And Moore, in a space of less than a week, sank 8 ships. E.M. Clark being one of them.
Yeah, and I'll direct people to the screen too. We're getting a fantastic view of all these sand tiger sharks swimming,
incredible view,
in unison above the shipwreck. So I hope you in the auditorium in Raleigh are enjoying this, because this is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, it really is.
Stacy, maybe some more thoughts from the audience or from yourself as you're watching this for the first time.
We do, and so actually this is a perfectly timed question. We're seeing all these beautiful sharks. Have you ever had any marine life attack the ROV while you're doing these dives?
That's a great question. So I don't believe we've had any marine life attacks, at least on Yogi at this point. Yesterday when we were diving on the Monitor, when we were trying to do surveys there, we did have some sharks that may have been attracted to some of the shinier components on the vehicle and were kind of hanging out in front of the camera and bumping into the vehicle and knocking us off course. So I don't think, personally, I've never experienced that until yesterday. We actually operate as a group another vehicle that is much larger and rated to much deeper depths. The ROVs Deep Discoverer, or D2, and Sirius, and those are operated from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. Those vehicles are rated to go down about up to 20,000 feet or so in depth, which covers about 98% of the seafloor. And to get down to those depths, it takes 2.5, 3 hours to transit through the water column. And sometimes in the water column, I remember, I'm thinking back to an expedition we did near Puerto Rico in 2015, I believe. We actually did have a large squid attach itself to the vehicle.
Oh.
I'm trying to remember, it may have been 6 to 8 feet long, and its tentacles kind of hung onto the brow of the vehicle and didn't cause any damage, but we did get a fantastic view from one of the cameras before it released itself. There was also another expedition, and I don't remember where this one was, but we had an octopus attach itself to the back of the vehicle, and it stayed there for a while, and we had a bit of concern because obviously octopus have sharp beaks, and we were concerned that it might be trying to chew into one of the soft oil-filled tubes that we run our electrical components through. So fortunately, no damage that we've experienced as far as I can remember, but we do have those interactions once in a while.
Fantastic. And again, we're beaming to you these fantastic images from the seafloor off Cape Hatteras directly to you in Raleigh. And we're very happy to be able to share this this history and this biological journey with you. Stacy, is there any more questions that we could help answer from the audience there?
Yes, I think you briefly spoke to this earlier, but could you tell us what happened to the crew on board the E.M. Clark?
Well, again...
Yeah, well, the crew was...
Yeah, let's toss it to Joe Schwartzer.
Yeah, but whatever. The crew was remarkably lucky. 14 got away in one lifeboat. Another 26 got away in another lifeboat. That was under the command of the ship's master, Hubert Hassel. The only fatality was in the hospital, and that was because the first torpedo struck directly beneath the hospital. So the only crew member lost was the one in the hospital. So the other 40 men got away.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and we're so thankful they were able to escape. And maybe because this is equally a shipwreck with historical significance, but also ecological importance to the region. Maybe we could have our ecologists sort of talk a little bit about what they've been seeing on the shipwreck, and maybe some of that, what that means.
Yeah, this is Brendan Rundy here at the Nature Conservancy, and we're seeing a beautiful angelfish on screen right now inside the shipwreck. So an aptly timed question. We're seeing, of course, an amazing array of diverse fouling or encrusting organisms. This is what's actually growing on the structure itself. We're seeing sponges and corals, all sorts of colorful invertebrate animals there. And then the diversity of fish life that we've seen on the wreck so far today has been striking. We're seeing a lionfish just on the right-hand side of the screen right now. This is an invasive species we've talked about a little bit today so far. An accidental aquarium introduction in the 1990s in Florida that has now spread all the way up to North Carolina and perhaps beyond. We have seen several commercially and recreationally valuable fish species that are taking advantage of this habitat that the wreck provides. We've seen jacks, groupers, a couple species of snapper. We have seen some great barracuda on this wreck, in addition to, of course, sand tiger sharks, which are not commercially or recreationally important, but are of course important ecologically and beautiful animals to see. And so the nice thing to think about with these shipwrecks and any other structure that occurs on the bottom of the seafloor is that in most cases in this region, the seafloor is generally flat or almost flat sand. And then there are occasional natural outcroppings, rocky ledges and things like that. And so the introduction of a structure like this wreck creates an oasis in what is otherwise almost literally a desert of the seafloor. And so the invertebrate life that encrusts on these wrecks attracts smaller fish, which attract medium fish, which attract larger fish. And that's why we're seeing this entire ecosystem that over the last 80 or so years has built itself on this wreck, and that's what we're able to take advantage of today.
Absolutely, thank you. So, Stacy, any more thoughts from the audience there in Raleigh?
Yes, we have one last question. I believe earlier you guys said that the wreck is 260 feet down. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's one of the deeper scuba diving, technical diving ranges off North Carolina, about 260 feet on the seafloor. That is correct. And one of the things we're doing is visiting these deeper water shipwrecks where there is a small portion of the scuba diving population that does have the training to visit it, but for most of us, it's quite difficult. So this is able to share that history, share this this ecological community and the environment with you in real time, which really only a very small fraction of the world actually gets to see, and we're bringing it to you live. You know,
Yes, this is so incredible. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And Stacy, that we've been talking for a while about this project. So, you as working at the Museum of History and things, what's this like seeing this history on the seafloor that maybe for you've never seen before?
It's really special for us, and especially for me. I'm a kind of a wreck nerd, so this is a really incredible, one-of-a-kind experience for us. So we're so thankful for y'all.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to describe what we're seeing here, this is the underneath the stern of the vessel, which is the end of the vessel. So we're actually looking at the rudder, which is very large on the ship, can be 15 feet tall or more. And you're seeing those very dramatic propeller and the propeller blades, and each one of those blades, for scale, is 6 feet long. So it gives you a sense of how big the ship is, and truly, it's really only about 100 feet shorter than the Titanic. So we've all heard of that shipwreck. And we, in our mind, how big it is. So this is close to it. And this is off the coast of North Carolina. And it's fantastic, I think, for the scuba diving community and for the charter and all the charter fishermen and recreational fishermen out there too, because it's great for fishing.
And the the GFOE team operating the ROVs and the telepresence capability is just so proud to be here and to be able to provide the public, like all of you at the venue today, access to these underwater sites of significance. We're obviously broadcasting the HD footage live in real time for you all to see, but we have a couple of other tools that we're using to help increase accessibility and engagement with sites of significance like this. You might have seen earlier that we had our 360-degree camera unit deployed on an extension arm, and that camera will be able to, the footage from that camera will be able to be stitched together into one 360-degree video file that can be viewed on a virtual reality headset. And we talked earlier about how that 360 video in a VR headset really creates an immersive experience, and the video combined with the audio, where you're hearing the sounds of the ocean and you're hearing the whirs of the ROV motors and you're hearing the pings of the navigation system, it really puts you in the place and provides a really immersive experience. We're also practicing some photogrammetry techniques, and I don't think we're doing that on this particular wreck, but throughout the expedition we will be basically doing grid patterns over the wreck sites to capture all the objects on these wrecks at different angles, and to be able to create a 3D virtual point cloud model of all of the wreck sites, and something that you can view and navigate on your computer to see the sites in their details. So again, working with scientists on before the expedition to figure out what tools might be useful to provide even greater access to the public for these places.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the products, Stacy, I'll share with you that we will, at the end of this project, we'll have is this Boxfish 360 camera that we're shooting 360 video. That once it's processed, will provide sort of a virtual reality experience of exploring the shipwreck. So you'll put those VR goggles on and feel like you're in that physical space as we take you through it. You'll feel like you're free swimming. So we'll be really excited to share that at the museum, at outreach events, and a whole host of things that we'll both do together in the future. And as we're drawing close to your end of your time, is there any more questions from the audience in Raleigh?
Nope, I think that sums it up, but we're looking forward to partnering with you guys in the future and enjoying those wonderful resources, and we wish you fair winds and following seas.
Thank you. And as we close, as we look at the video screen here, I think this is a really great view as we're looking at that propeller and the shaft and the lower hull, the E.M. Clark. Again, the World War II Battle of the Atlantic casualty laying off the coast of North Carolina. This is NOAA, the Modern Natural Marine Sanctuary, the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, GFOE, and the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, as well as the Nature Conservancy online, saying thank you so much, Raleigh, for joining us today, and it was our pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we have so many people.
Thank you guys so much.
Absolutely, and we have so many people on the line that I need to point out we also have another state partner, the Joe Schwartzer from the North Carolina Maritime Museum System, and this is, these shipwrecks are in his backyard, so we're really happy to be partnering with them.
Well, thank you for having me. So it's really a remarkable experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I know we have a couple minutes before the next group joins us. We did have a question. Looks like this might be for an ecologist on the line, but what other shark species like to visit these wrecks? I know we've been seeing a lot of sand tigers. Is there any other species that might be common on sites like this? And anyone on the line, any of you?
That's a great question. One of the more memorable experiences that we've had, members of our team have had, is actually encountering a white shark on one of the wrecks. It was actually an artificial reef, but it was a purposely sunk ship off Cape Lookout, which is just a few dozen miles southwest of where you guys are surveying right now, and that's it definitely raised the heart rates of the two divers that were in the water at the time. We've also encountered nurse sharks. It's another species of demersal benthic bottom-oriented fish, and these are also very slow-moving, and they tend to rest on the bottom. They don't have to swim like other sharks do, similar to the sand tigers here. Brendan Rundy, are you still on the line? Can you comment on other sharks you may have encountered in your study of the reefs and wrecks off the coast?
Yeah, still on the line, Chris. I think it would not be unusual to find smaller shark species like Atlantic shark-nosed sharks in this area. And beyond that, I'm at the end of my expertise. You named the ones that I was thinking of. Of course, we saw southern stingray earlier, which isn't a shark species but closely related. So that's what I would add.
Yeah, and we have in the shallower shipwreck sites, we've encountered smaller hammerheads or bonnethead sharks. They had swam close to the surface. We've been able to see them on calm and clear days. That's been a remarkable sight as well.
If I could, I just wanted to point out a couple of subtropical or tropical fish species that we saw when we were right near the propeller a minute ago. And the first was a pink, all pink fish, a reddish fish that had a sort of sickle-shaped tail. And I believe we were looking at an Atlantic Creole fish there, which is just at the very northern edge of its distribution on this site. So that's an interesting one to see. It was kind of flitting around the propeller. And then there was a pink and yellow fish that had a yellow tail. And that was a spot fin hogfish, so another tropical and subtropical species that may be expanding its distribution northward as ocean temperatures warm and as currents shift. So I thought that was a couple of interesting species we were looking at there.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we've got a new partner joining us now from the Kalmar-Nyckel Foundation in Delaware. Are you there, Sam?
Hey, Tane, Sam Heed, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can, absolutely. Well, Sam, we're so happy to be connecting with you in Wilmington, Delaware. We are coming to you live from the shipwreck of the E.M. Clark, which is a World War II tanker sunk by a German U-boat in 1942. We are coming to you from 260 feet on the seafloor, approximately 20 miles off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. I'm with NOAA in the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, and we partnered with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration to bring their cutting-edge technology, these ROVs that you're seeing here now. It's a 2 ROV system. This beautiful, clear video that you're seeing, as well as their satellite capabilities. And you're also being joined by our experts online. We've got on the ship is Chris Sutherly, who is the underwater archaeologist from North Carolina. He is with the Office of State Archaeology. And online, we also have from North Carolina, Joe Schwartzer, who is the director of the North Carolina Maritime System, and our NOAA partners, National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, Chris Taylor and Paula Whitfield. And we also have from the Nature Conservancy, Brendan Rourke. So we are, Rundig, excuse me. So we're so happy to be talking to you today, live from the seafloor.
Great. We're so excited. It's amazing to see it. And thank you so much for connecting with us and including us in this project. It's been very exciting for students in Delaware, and we have friends through the Kalmar-Nyckel, the toll ship at Delaware. We have friends all over the country, we're proud to say, and lots of friends back in Sweden who are watching this as well remotely.
Yeah, and I'll say, so we have a connection with my sanctuary, the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, and with the Kalmar-Nyckel Foundation because of John Eriksson, the Swedish immigrant who designed the USS Monitor. So we were originally going to be diving the Monitor today, but we just had too strong of a currents and surface conditions, so we switched to a World War II site that was on the schedule. But that's our connection, and that's why we're so pleased to bring you into our story, Sam.
Yeah, it's great. Well, we're a replica of the Swedish colonial ship that made 8 crossings of the Atlantic for the Swedish colony, and back in the 1630s and 40s. And so we're a transatlantic ship, and all ships out there in the ocean are interesting to us. So this story appeals to us as well. I have a couple of 4th and 5th grade classes that are viewing us remotely, and they had a couple questions for you.
Absolutely, please. We have ecologists and biologists on the line.
You probably answered this earlier. A little bit earlier, we were seeing what I would call a lot of snow going across the camera. Is there a term for that? Is that sediment that we're seeing?
That's a perfect question for our ecologists on the line.
great.
And I'm sorry, I was trying to get a chat response typed in, so I completely missed the question. I apologize. Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, we had a question from, we have 4th and 5th grade science students on the line, and they were interested in what we were seeing earlier. It was much more prominent. We call it snow. Now you can see it coming off. Is that sediment? What exactly is coming across the screen? Well, there's a shark.
Yeah, that's a shark coming across the screen right there. Yeah. So again, this is Chris Taylor. I'm an ecologist with NOAA and the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, and I'm participating in this mission remotely, actually calling in myself from Beaufort, North Carolina, Morehead City, where our lab is based here in Beaufort. Yeah, so it's interesting here. The current, as we understand from the ROV pilots of the ship, is just roaring through the site at over 1 knot. And so it's carrying a lot of sediment and a lot of detritus through the water column. That material through the water column is made up of a bunch of different things, we think. So it could be plankton that has that can't swim very fast on their own, so they get swept by the current. That could be either zooplankton, small animals, or phytoplankton, small algae and plants. It could be small bits of sediment, like you indicated, or it could be marine snow, which is a common occurrence in the ocean. Is sort of a collection of things that are basically falling through the water column, often made up of dying or decaying organisms and plant matter. So all of that is mixed together, and I think currents like this just sort of carry that around. We've got a grouper in the lower left here. I'm not sure, Brendan Rundy, if you've got eyes enough on that.
Yeah, so
to get an idea on it.
Yeah, I wish we could back up a little and see that, because that looked very much like a Goliath grouper, a small Goliath grouper, which is right, exactly. And so that's really interesting to see way up here off North Carolina. That's a species we typically think of as existing primarily off Florida. Yeah, there we go. So if everybody can take a look at that.
Can we zoom in on that fish?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, you're right, Brendan. So there's reports of Goliath grouper. This is definitely a tropical species. It's one of the largest grouper species that we have in our region, in the South Atlantic, Caribbean, and the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, that's a great shot, ROV. Thanks a lot for that. Is it possible to turn on the lasers for it?
Yeah, I was about to ask if we could turn the lasers on and try and get an estimate of the size there, because these animals, as Chris said, do grow to several hundred pounds, and they've been known to eat sharks, which is fairly unusual as finfish species go. So this is I would say maybe a medium sized Goliath grouper, and so it's I'm surprised and very interested to see this animal on the wreck today.
Yeah, that's really cool. So just RV, can you confirm, are those lasers at about 10 centimeters?
Maybe for the pilots, are the lasers spaced 10 centimeters? Yes, affirmative.
Yeah, that's great. So I'm guesstimating here like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 100 centimeters long, so a meter long.
Yeah, a meter. Yeah, 3 to 3.5 feet. Yep. So this is a medium-sized Goliath grouper, but that's very interesting to see on the wreck. Protected species, so not definitely not open to harvest off of North Carolina.
Yeah, but they could get to be gigantic. In fact, they were some of the species I was talking about, the large-bodied fish, where we encountered them on the reefs of the Florida Keys, and they can be surrounded by the small swarms of scad and other small prey fish. They also make sounds, and when you don't realize you're getting close to them, they will make a very loud booming sound, and it can be quite startling as a diver. But they also use that as an alarm response, and they also can make sounds as part of their courtship and spawning behavior. This one's probably just a young lad or lassie, a teenager maybe. So it probably has a few more years to go before it's going to become part of the spawning population.
I can share. I experienced one on a shipwreck off the Florida coast, about a 5-footer, and he thumped at me, and I could feel it in my chest. So they are powerful. Sam, do you have some more questions from the kids?
Yeah, we do. Two sort of related questions that I think you guys, your group, could answer one at a time. so we have young students interested in science, and they're fascinated by what you guys are doing and your careers. And so 2 questions that came up was, well, first, how does one become an ROV operator, an underwater ROV operator? And the allied question is there a college for underwater archaeology, and how does one get into underwater archaeology?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take the first
I'll let
part.
you figure out who handles which.
I'll take the first part, then I'll punt it to the ROV pilots, the experts, for how they got into this field. But for maritime archaeology, maritime history, there are graduate schools where you can go for that. There is one in North Carolina that I attended, as well as Chris Sutherly, and it's the East Carolina University, but which is a very well-known maritime archaeology school. But there are several schools, though, that really can focus on this kind of sort of graduate level education. But it does take a graduate degree, but it's a wonderful career opportunity to work in the nation's rivers, lakes. Some of these shipwrecks are buried on shore, and of course in the ocean too. But it's definitely a very good field of study. We're very privileged. But maybe if I pass it to the ROV pilots, one of you who has an opportunity, how did you get into this field, and what does it take to be an ROV pilot?
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, sure. I can go ahead and answer that. My name's Lars Murphy. Currently I'm sitting as the navigator for this shift with GFOE. As far as what it takes to be an ROV pilot, you really, as a kid, I guess I love the ocean, and I love taking things apart. As a child, I wasn't always the best at putting it back together, but over the time I learned how to do that more and more effectively. It's still a relatively new field, so we pull from different pools of talents. Especially with our group now, we have folks that have background in physics and mathematics, electronics. We have video engineers that focus on how to get the best shots. We have folks like myself with more of a mechanical engineering background. And when you go to sea, especially in a small group like we are, it's really helpful to have folks that kind of have a broad knowledge of everything, and then have a specialization in one thing. So that allows us all to be able to take on the different roles that are required. But generally, a background in engineering is a very good start to get yourself, and then also just a love of the ocean, a love of what you're doing, a love of biology, a love of history, for example, like what we're doing today. Looking at a wreck like this, it's hard to go to sea if you don't enjoy it. So that would be my recommendation, is to enjoy being on the water.
Yeah, well said.
That's very helpful. I think the students will get a lot out of that. And Tane, what are we seeing on video now? It looked like the propeller.
It is. Well, why don't I bring in Chris Sutherly here, who's the underwater archaeologist from the North Carolina's Office of Archaeology. And Chris, what is it we're seeing on the screen at the moment?
I guess the ROV is hanging off the stern of the ship, the back end of the ship. To the left, where it was kind of open and you could see through it, was part of the fantail, the rounded back part of the ship. And what we're coming up on and looking at now, we're seeing the propeller. This would have been the starboard or the right-hand side propeller. There was also a second propeller and engine on the port or the left side, which is buried in the sand in this case. So the ship is laying on its left-hand side, the port side. So the propeller that you see there, each one of those blades is about 6 feet long. So it's quite a large propeller, and 2 of these would have provided the motivation for the ship to move. But right below that, we're seeing part of the ship's rudder, which is what was used to steer the ship. And again, it's a very large rudder, which is necessary for this ship. The ship itself is almost 500 feet long. So I think the estimate, this is about a 15, 16-foot tall rudder. And the rudder kind of works. It's like you can think of it kind of like a door at home. It, hangs on a hinge. They're called pintles and gudgeons, on the ship, and it hangs on the back of the ship, and then the mechanism on the ship can change the angle of the rudder to steer it. Some really great shots here that we're seeing of the stern.
And maybe with those pinchels and gudgeons, that's not so dissimilar to what you have on your tall ship. That's right, Sam.
We have the same mechanism, except our rudder itself is wood, but they're iron. Wow, there's a shark. What kind of species are we looking at?
That's a sand tiger shark, but maybe one of our ecologists can tell us a little bit more about sand tiger sharks.
Well, sure, I can take that. This is Avery Paxton. I'm an ecologist with NOAA, and the species that we're seeing is, Tane is exactly right, is a sand tiger shark. The one on my screen, front and center, is a male sand tiger shark. I can tell that because underneath the fins towards its rear, there are two appendages. They're called claspers. That's part of the reproductive system for sand tiger sharks. And one of the interesting things about sand tiger sharks is that we'll often find them, sometimes hundreds of them, on shipwrecks. And we know that they use shipwrecks as key parts of their habitat in the ocean. And one of the things that we've been able to document is that individual sharks will actually return to the same shipwrecks over time. And we're able to learn that because each shark has spots, which we saw just a few seconds ago, along their sides. And the spot pattern is unique to individual sharks, so it's a fingerprint that we can use to identify them. And our team has been doing some work on shallower shipwrecks using similar technologies to what we're doing today, remotely operated vehicles. And I'm hoping my colleague Chris Taylor can share a little bit of what we've learned on those shallower sites that may also hold true on deeper sites like the E.M. Clark that we're visiting today.
Yeah, we encounter a large number of sand tiger sharks on several of the wrecks. In fact, earlier in the season, around February and March, we'll encounter dozens of them on an individual site. It's just amazing to see them stacked up shoulder to shoulder on a relatively shallow site, and almost can't count them. There's so many of them swimming around. I guess, Evie, were you leading to the topic of how the sand tiger sharks are related to the other members of the fish community?
Yes, you got it.
Oh, that's still me. Oh, got it. Yeah.
It's like a hot potato. I'll take it back. So one of the things that we've found is that when sand tiger sharks are present on shipwrecks, you oftentimes have a greater variety of other reef fish species around them. And it's a really intriguing finding, and what it alludes to is the fact that on these sites, by being large predators, sand tiger sharks play a key role in structuring the other types of fish that are using these sites for their homes. But now, actually, let's turn our attention to some of the other organisms that are using the wreck for their home. We, of course, see small fish. There are a few, little grainy on my end, but there's some small fish that we're looking at. But one of the other interesting parts is that there's a diversity of animals and in some cases plants growing on the shipwreck structure. And so, Chris Southerly, I'm hoping that you can share a little bit from the archaeological perspective about how the growth of marine organisms we were talking about yesterday might help preserve perhaps some of the wreck structure over time.
Actually, absolutely. We had, on one of our projects that we worked on, we had a geologist that specialized in heavy metals and corrosion products. And he used to say, used to tell us, corrosion is your friend. Concretion is your friend. And what he meant by that was iron and steel, it rusts. And whether it's sitting on land or in the water. And when it's in the water, the corrosion that happens happens that much faster and is very interesting because it reacts with the salt in the seawater. The sodium chloride, so the chloride part of the salt it will actually bond with the iron as the iron begins to corrode away. And what that does is, as the corrosion happens with the ferric and ferrous chlorides, as the iron bonds with the chlorides, it causes a buildup on the surface. And the buildup on the surface grabs any sand or artifacts or shell or marine debris and puts it together, kind of like, we call it concretion because it's kind of like concrete. Concrete's a mixture of sand and gravel and Portland cement. So it's a combination of materials, and that concretion helps to protect the iron or the steel. So it slows down, it completely covers it and slows down the corrosion, so the shipwreck will last longer than it normally would. And of course, that concretion then becomes a perfect base, a perfect substrate for all of the marine growth that we're seeing here on the shipwreck. Both the flora and the fauna that Avery, you and Chris know so much about.
Thank you, Chris. Part of what fascinates me and has drawn me to study personally the ecology of shipwrecks is this unique fusion and overlap of the history with the biology and ecology. It's just truly fascinating.
I guess it's really difficult to separate one from the other once it comes into the marine environment, and that's one of the, with the kids listening, doing anything in the ocean is very multidisciplinary. Whether it's biology or chemistry or history or engineering, you need all kinds of different specialties to come together to completely study something like the shipwreck.
Yeah, and that feeds into what. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say that feeds right into what Sam was saying about the career paths that we're all following here. So varied to make these a success.
Yes, it really does. And the shots are just beautiful. It looks like another shark there. What were we looking through a minute earlier, and we can still see some of the holes? Is that's a part of the ship? What exactly are we looking at?
Yeah, well, maybe Chris Southerly on the ship. Let me pass that back to you. What we're seeing? Why is there those openings there?
I guess, Dave, the openings that you're seeing there is actually where part of the ship's deck plating is going to be missing. That's part of the fantail, or the circular kind of half moon shape on the stern of the vessel. And we're actually seeing inside, underneath, through those openings, you have the stanchions that in the image are going right and left. But keep in mind that the deck of the ship is to the left. So you have to rotate it clockwise for it to be right, for the ship to be right side up at this image. So we're seeing the structural members of the ship from the outside that would have had hull plating attached to it. And then as you look inside, you can see the stanchion posts that would be up and down, that would be supporting the deck of the ship and the structure of the ship, along with some of the deck reinforcements, the deck beams and everything left and right. It's like this was a large steel ship, so it would be akin to all of the wooden knees and timbers and the various what they call scantlings on a wooden ship that was holding this thing together.
Yeah,
that's very helpful. It makes sense. This thing sank on its port side, so we're looking at it on its side.
Yeah, and I was going to say, some of the construction features are similar to your tall ship, but this is steel. But some of those same support structures and framing, and the steel plates that are covering the hull are very similar to the wooden planks. So, in some ways, the construction features are very similar.
Yeah, that is interesting. Now that looks like a ragged hull. Are there any explosion holes that we're seeing back here, or is this all just from the ship degrading over time once it's on the bottom?
It's just from the ship. The torpedoes actually hit in the other side of the vessel, or more towards the bow, I believe. I need my cheat sheet in front of me, to be honest. But what we're seeing here is just the natural degradation.
Yeah, I think I think the torpedoes came in port side, forward of midship. So actually, the torpedo damage would probably be hidden because it's laying on its side.
And I could tell you from diving on the shipwreck personally that there's part of the bow has been blown out by a torpedo on the port side, the left-hand side, and you can actually swim through this gigantic ragged hole, through the engine room, which is gigantic with the tools there, and then out through a hatch. And this is enormous, too, by the way. So it's a very dramatic shipwreck site, and a good testament to the history of World War II. You know, you're seeing that explosion damage. You're seeing the ship on the bottom. That's touching that history of a direct connection back, 76 years ago.
Yeah. Listen, Tommy, I have one more question. We have friends in Sweden, as we mentioned, and as you had said, John Ericsson was a Swede and then a Swedish-American. They're very interested in the Monitor and in Ericsson, and I've gotten questions from them about would NOAA ever create a traveling exhibit with some of this VR technology or something? Is that something that NOAA would ever consider, and would they be interested in taking it to Sweden?
I think I can't speak for my office, but I can say personally, I find it very exciting. But so we are going to be creating several products out of this project, especially on the Monitor, which is what we manage and we have authority over at the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. But yeah, absolutely. We have this virtual 360 video product, which will actually put you first-person experience on the shipwreck. This beautiful 4K video that's being shot, and so much more virtually. We've even got into virtually 3D printing artifact replicas and things that are exact scans of the actual artifact. So I can't, again, speak for my office, but we are creating several products that would lend themselves to that type of traveling exhibit.
All right. I like it.
but it is true that we are...
Tony,
I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
I raise my hand pretty hard here to volunteer to go to Sweden.
There we go. I could help you make that happen. I have lots of friends in Sweden, so we're very lucky.
Well, I'm sure there's a whole host of folks on this team that would raise their hand. But it's true. And, we're very lucky to have partners like you. And we have more people raising their hands. We're very lucky to have partners like you, Sam, and the Kalmar Nickel Foundation. Your facility there in Wilmington, Delaware, and of course the connections to Sweden. We're so proud to honor John Ericsson and his contributions to engineering and everything that he did, and that legacy that we both helped to honor and protect. So, but yeah, we'll be doing a lot more together.
Yes, that's fantastic. We so appreciate having you as partners. It's a hard word for me to say when it's an organization such as NOAA and GFOE, but we really appreciate your extending the reach today. It's been exciting.
Absolutely. And, it's an honor for us, too, to be able to share, we're talking about the history and the shipwreck and archaeology with our experts, but just as important, we're talking about the ecology of the shipwreck, the habitat, the marine life. These are one and the same for us at the Monitor Sanctuary to tell these stories and share them and, shine a spotlight on what they mean for the climate and for the region, but also the engineering and technology with GFOE, the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, with that ROV technology, that expertise to drive them, to design them, the satellite capability. So just like working with you, Sam, and your institution, it takes a village to get this done, and thank you. But we have about another minute and a half. Is there anything else, Sam, that you'd like to ask personally from what we're seeing here on the seafloor?
The marine life is really interesting. What were those string-like circular spiral figures?
Oh, it sounds like one.
They're not on the screen now.
It's a good question for Chris or Brendan.
Yeah, that's. There's been a side discussion on that with a few of the ecologists that have been joining the telepresence, and it seems like, at least based on our observations here, that it could be a form of sea whip. It's a type of black coral or soft coral, and they seem to be pretty numerous on different parts of the wreck, especially down by the rudder.
Yeah, very interesting. I had not seen them before. This is not my field, but they were very unique looking.
Yeah, it almost looks like something from.
I am making note of the observations like that, like up here on the top of the wreck. We're just not seeing those sea whips down by the rudder. We're seeing a lot of them. It'd be interesting to look at the differences and contrast the test communities between different parts of the wreck, whether it's based on the material type or if it's based on where it is in the water column. Obviously, the current's moving pretty quickly over the top of the wreck here, and maybe more sheltered on the rudder, closer to the seabed.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And this shot we're seeing now looks like a NOAA advertisement. What a beautiful, amazing shot we're seeing. So congratulations to all you guys and all the work that goes into producing this. Oh, there's one of those strings, whips.
Yeah.
Yeah, very lovely. Look at that.
Kalmar Nickel Foundation, Copeland Shipyard, the Maritime Center there. We're very proud to be partnering with you. And, so please tell people to keep watching. If the kids have any questions or you do, please send them through our YouTube chat, and we'll be happy to answer them during the broadcast.
Will do. Thank you guys very much. Good luck the rest of the way. Fingers crossed on the weather and the currents.
Absolutely. And I want to say, too, we are committed to going back to monitor. We just weren't able to make it there today because of the site conditions. But when we do, I'll make sure and the world knows they can join us back on America's first National Marine Sanctuary.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam. All right. Well, everyone, we are on the seafloor on the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark, that was sunk in 1942, March 18th, by the German U-boat 124, 260 feet on the seafloor. We're about 20 miles off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. This is being brought to you by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. Through my office is the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, and we partnered with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration to actually bring this too, and they're bringing the satellite capability and ROVs you see in front of you.
Muted. Dial star 1 to unmute. Microphone unmuted. Dial star 1 to mute. Speaker muted. Dial star 4 to unmute.
And we're joined by several experts we have on the ship here. We have Chris Southerly from North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. Online, we have from our NOAA offices, we have Chris Taylor from the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science. We also have with us from the Nature Conservancy, Brendan Rundy, which I'm very happy to have with us. And Joe Schwartzer, who is the director of the North Carolina Maritime Museum System. And gentlemen, are you seeing anything interesting here that we can share with the world?
I got everybody muted. I don't know where the music's coming from.
Speaker unmuted. Dial star 4 to mute.
Connie, sorry to break in here. I think we're having a audio challenge on the phone line. We've got to hold music. I'll see if it's cleared now.
Yeah, I just heard that too. So I think right now it's going to be you, myself, and Chris Southerly. Are you on too? Okay, perfect. So we're at sea.
I can say I'm on. I just had to unmute.
Oh, perfect. We're at sea dealing with high technology, and sometimes a wire gets bumped. So we're back again. So we are very lucky. Just earlier, we had a connection with audiences in Raleigh, North Carolina, at the North Carolina Museum of History, also with the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island, and we just ended an interaction with the Kalmar Nickel Foundation, who honors Swedish-American heritage in Wilmington, Delaware. And we are coming to you live from the seafloor of the World War II tanker, the E.M. Clark. And Joe Schwartz, are you still with us? So we might have lost Joe, but he'll come back. Chris Taylor, do you have any other observations of the things that we're seeing here now? Let's see, we've got those tubes again and lots of lionfish.
Yeah, this is just a great view. What I like is the varying views from that up close from the main camera, feed 1, then feed 2, the quad, show the broad distribution. Again, the site that we're visiting here is just seems to be just loaded with these lionfish. These are the invasive species from the Indo-Pacific. They're suspected to have a significant negative impact on the fish communities in our region, and they seem to be very abundant in some of the higher densities than our experts who've been on earlier today have reported in their previous observations. And they seem to be swimming through sort of a forest of these sea whips. These are a form of black coral or soft coral, and we're seeing these most characteristically down by the rudder here, by the keel, which is very interesting. As we rise up onto the top of the wreck, we're not seeing those sea whips at that level. Interesting stratification between what's down low and what's up high with these attached critters. And obviously encountering many sand tiger sharks throughout this wreck. I think this wreck is famous for that, and making really interesting observations of some of the tropical species that are swimming, especially the small-bodied fish that are swimming among the sea whips here and the other attached organisms. The attached biota is a mix of sponges and tunicates, of soft corals, of hard corals, and even some marine plants or algae, which we haven't seen much of the algae yet, but we'll keep a close lookout and look forward to some of our experts joining and commenting on those parts of the community later in this mission.
Yeah, wonderful. Chris Southerly, our two Chris's as part of the narration team. Maybe you could tell us, there's a pretty big difference between maybe the state of preservation sometimes between these offshore shipwrecks and so the nearshore shipwrecks. What are some of the observations you're making, maybe some of those differences?
I'm going to say yes, sure, Tane. In general, the offshore wrecks that we're seeing here that we're going to be visiting have, because they're deeper, tend to have better preservation on them. And that comes from both the environmental side of things being deeper. They're less subject to major storm activity, the wave action, and hurricanes and things of that nature. But they're also less accessible or less impacted by human intervention, whether it would be fishing gear in the term of nets or lines or hooks, but also this particular wreck is one kind of at the edge of the diving, technical diving range for most people. So not a lot of people have been out there. Not a lot of people have been able to see this. A very small percentage of the population, as opposed to what would be in closer to shore with the nearshore wrecks. So, and a lot of that, the dynamic nature, the storm activity, the surge, the current, the regular swells that occur closer to shore, in addition to the human action on them, tends to cause the nearer shore shipwrecks to degrade a bit faster and break apart. And part of that also, for the preservation of the wreck, goes towards the consistency of the environment. Temperature, salinity, and also tends to be more stable, more consistent in the shallower depths, in the deeper depths as opposed to the shallower depths, where you can get a huge variation of temperature and therefore affecting the corrosion potential, the likelihood of the rust and completion to form in a shallow environment. So the preservation on these is remarkably good compared to what we see closer to shore.
Well, and you talked about environments, and from your experience, have you actually found any shipwrecks on land?
Actually, yes. It's not uncommon. In North Carolina, it's kind of ironic. The inland, if I'm remembering correctly, not too far from Greensboro, North Carolina. We recently had some of our archaeologists go and look at a mining dredge, like a dredge ship that would have been used, say, like up in Alaska, painted searching for gold. That was someone had hauled up in pieces and put in one of the creeks up in central North Carolina to go mining for gold. So, we've got them. That was kind of an anomaly with it being in the middle of the state. But it's not unusual to find ships that have been abandoned along the shoreline in the shallow areas, and then the environment changes, it silts in or sediments in a little bit, and the ships start to break apart, and they literally disappear. In a lot of cases, these are in tidal areas where when it's high tide, they may be covered with water or in a little bit of mud, but when the tide goes out, the remnants of them are there where you could put on a pair of hip waders and literally muck around through the soft silted mud. And big picture, there are other archaeological wrecks, shipwrecks. One comes to mind, the Arabian along the Missouri River, that if I'm remembering correctly, the boiler blew up and it burned and burned to the waterline and sank, and then the course of the river changed environmentally, and it was literally forgotten about, and it was discovered in a field next to where the river was, and it was just a treasure trove of artifacts from actually about the same time period as the Monitor in the 1860s, because it was carrying supplies and cargo, and what didn't burn up in the boiler explosion and fire was all right there, just readily available, a wealth of knowledge for the archaeologists and anthropologists to study. So yeah, we see dry shipwrecks. We see dry maritime sites, and we also see inundated land sites as well, with sea level rise, which is becoming more and more prominent.
Chris, now that you mention it, it's interesting to note that in the Gulf of Thailand, the same thing has happened. They've found 8th and 9th century Islamic trading vessels in fields, simply because the area it's silted up. And of course, there's the finds in Istanbul, the Theodosian Harbor there. Same thing, simply silted up, and the finds have been amazing.
I just say, yeah, and that's one of the things too. Is like a lot of what we know about the Norse or the Anglo-Saxon or the Viking culture actually comes from some of their ship burials in the northern part of England.
Yeah.
Where again, literally some gentleman was out plowing his field and hit the prow of a Viking longship. And it's the entirety is there, so that's where we see some of the best examples of the Anglo-Saxon jewelry and things of that nature. So yeah, it's happening all over, and in areas like New York or Boston or San Francisco area where the shoreline continues to be built out. They're making land by filling the shoreline. It's not uncommon. I can't recall the particular wreck, but in New York City, literally blocks back from the waterfront, they were digging down into the foundations to rebuild one of the skyscrapers of the buildings, and encountered an early Dutch sailing vessel that would have probably sunk at anchor, that it just had rocks and everything thrown in it and was buried. So it's some of those opportunities are tremendous. You don't necessarily have to get wet to look at shipwrecks.
There's a question in the chat here asking. Sorry guys, it's Chris Taylor. Just monitoring the chat window here for the YouTube. There's some, I guess ROV maybe far enough in the past now, but is that the aft compass? Was the question on the YouTube chat now? I'm not sure how long ago that may have been, but is there a chance that could have been a feature that we'd observe here?
If it's what I'm thinking it is, I wasn't looking at the video. It probably is part what you were seeing, kind of cylindrical sticking up from the center of the deck of the aft deck would have been part of the steering mechanism. That would have been attached through the hull down to the rudder. Is probably what that was that's being referred to, and it does bear some resemblance to a binnacle or what would have had a navigational compass on board the ship. But that would have been part of the steering mechanism, I believe.
Yeah, great questions and commentary, and thank you, Chris, for answering that question. So if you're just joining, my name is Dan Rogers. I'm with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE for short, and GFOE is the team that is helping to support the technical operations for the ROV and telepresence capabilities that we're using on the NOAA ship Nancy Foster right now. We're a bit limited in our mobility around the wreck today simply because the current on the bottom at the wreck is so strong. Yogi has quite a bit of thrust, but is not able to fight as much against the current to the point where we can get around and swim freely without being blown off course. And so we're carefully maneuvering the ROV around the stern of the wreck, getting you great views of the rudder, the prop, and the back end of the ship, which is sitting on its port side. It takes a lot of different specialties and expertise to run an operation like this, and the team on board right now is made up of about 10 people with very different backgrounds and experience. Right now we've got our lead mechanical engineer, Todd Gregory, on pilot, and he's operating Yogi, the main ROV that's actually down on the bottom and close to the wreck, and getting you that great detailed view. On co-pilot, operating the Guru camera platform, the secondary vehicle that sits about 30 feet above Yogi, is John Mefford. And on the navigator seat, we have Lars Murphy, and Lars is keeping an eye on surface and subsea conditions and providing additional situational awareness for the pilots, as well as monitoring the bathymetry map that we have that has the wreck data on it. And of course we have video engineer Roland Bryan, who's in the corner and operating the camera zoom, focus, color balance, white balance, and overall just maintaining the high quality imagery that you're seeing. And as I mentioned, we all have very different backgrounds and all come together and bring different expertise to the table. I actually wanted to ask our co-pilot, John Mefford, and Roland, if you don't mind piping in John's feed into feed 1 for a bit. I'd love to have John talk about his very unique and interesting career path that brought him to the Nancy Foster today.
Excellent. Yeah, so like many of my colleagues here, my background did start in engineering, and I've always been extremely interested in exploration, though it was space exploration that was my passion. That took me to my undergraduate degree of aerospace engineering, and after graduation I did spend a few years in the industry working on the space shuttle program, which was very fascinating, very enlightening. I enjoyed that quite a bit. But I wanted to continue to explore and expand my horizons, so I went to graduate school for mechanical engineering, and it was at that time that I found myself in the world of marine robotics and thrown in the world of ocean exploration, and met up with a lot of the guys here on the crew today. And I've always found it fascinating, the parallels between both space and ocean exploration. Both very extreme environments, very difficult to reach, very difficult to explore. They each have their unique challenges, but there's a lot of overlap. And I've just always found that the overlap between those two very different environments is fascinating. And I continue to explore that with these guys, and it's just been an incredible journey.
Thanks, John. That was great. And yeah, I think that's a question that comes up a lot in my experience when talking to the public about ocean engineering. They ask about the similarities between designing vehicles and navigation in the ocean as compared to space, and I think there are a lot of similarities. You have the three-dimensional space that you're navigating, and you're using similar types of sensors, and just trying to keep track of a vehicle in a three-dimensional space. So, and maybe more directly applicable, it's totally feasible that we could be using ROV technology that is somewhat similar to what we're using today on another moon of Jupiter or Saturn. There's certain moons that we know have icy crusts potentially with oceans underneath of them, and it's totally feasible that someday we could be operating vehicles similar to the ones that we're using today on other worlds. So another interesting link there. So again, if you're just joining us, feel free to post any questions or comments you have in the YouTube chat for Feed 1. If you are watching on YouTube, you can go to the GFOE homepage at engineeringfordiscovery.org, and there you'll be able to have both Feed 1 and Feed 2 on the same page, and you can actually play both video feeds simultaneously, and you'll be able to get all the camera feeds that we are broadcasting right now. And you'll also be able to hear the audio of everyone in the control room. On Feed 1 right now is the science channel, so that's myself, that's Tane, that's all of our remote scientists joining us from shore, as well as our live interaction venues. But on the Feed 2, you're going to be able to hear the ROV pilots as they talk amongst themselves, as they talk with the ship's crew and with the deck crew. And so I would highly recommend playing both feeds at once so you can hear all of that happening.
And are there any new questions we can answer off the YouTube chat, Dan?
I'm not seeing any that haven't been answered yet. A few comments, but I think those have already been discussed. Oh, here's one. Well, Mark is saying we've got a small crowd here at the Mariners Museum and Park. Well, that's great. The more the better, as far as we're concerned. We've got one question that just came in. How does the wreck, or wrecks in general, like shallower ones, alter currents and sediment movement?
Oh, well, Chris, is this a good one for you? Chris Taylor?
Well, I'm not a geologist, but I can comment on some of the observations that we've made. And I'm wondering if Roland, if you could pull up the map, the multi-beam map from the high-pack screen Navy, and on Feed 2, that would give people a good image of what we observe on the seabed around shipwrecks. But yeah, you can imagine, without the shipwreck on the seabed here, we just have this vast expanse of sand. This is relatively coarse sand that we're seeing here with some shell hash mixed in, and the ocean currents, both the nearshore currents and the Gulf Stream, make this part of our outer continental shelf off of North Carolina very dynamic, and sediment can be moving quite rapidly. In fact, this is great. Thanks, Roland. So the map that you're seeing here in Feed 2, for those of you who are on the website, you'll see the wreck of the E.M. Clark oriented northeast to southwest, and you'll see an erosion. So this map is showing the deep water as sort of blue and purple, and then the shallow parts of the wreck are orange and light green. And so as in its close proximity to the Gulf Stream here, the currents of the Gulf Stream, and those are the exact currents that the ROV is contending with right now, being up in that northeast part of the wreck, are moving that sediment very, very quickly. So it's carrying that sediment from southwest to northeast, and it's causing some erosion to occur on the east side of the wreck, and then an erosional pit to form on the west side of the wreck, and so that's just the sediment moving. The currents also in the water column is moving plankton and other material, and what we think is happening is that those eddies that are causing that erosion of the sediment are also causing little eddies above the shipwreck, and sometimes those eddies can sort of entrain and trap things like plankton around the wreck, and that may be concentrating some of these smaller animals that can't swim their way out of the currents, like small plankton, and that concentrates them and maybe provides that as a source of food for the planktivorous fish, those fish that feed on those tiny planktivorous organisms. So it's a really dynamic location here as compared to what would be. I mean, it's dynamic all over the place, but adding a tall structure here that's rising 50 to 60 feet off the seabed can really have a significant impact on the current, like the Gulf Stream, which is dominating the currents in this region this close to the continental shelf.
Great, and thanks for that explanation. We actually do have a couple more questions in the YouTube chat. Thank you for posting those, and keep them coming in, please. Someone is asking, will yesterday's video of the USS Monitor be available online? What I can tell you for certain is that if you watch our live stream broadcast channel in off hours, including this evening and tonight, we will be broadcasting highlight clips from the previous couple of days of dives. So we definitely recommend you tune in and watch those. And we have another eight or 9 days of dives planned.
Yeah, we've got another 8 days. In some of these videos that you're seeing now, these video products with NOAA Modern National Marine Sanctuary, we'll be using these at a whole host of outreach products. So we hope to make short video vignettes that we'll share online. They'll be part of larger presentations. And we're very excited that we are also shooting something called a Boxfish 360 video camera, which creates a 360 video. So imagine putting on these virtual reality headsets you put on, and you'll physically feel like you're swimming in this space. But of course, you don't need technical dive gear. You don't have to hold your breath. You don't need equipment. You just need those headsets, and we can physically put you in the environment. So those are some of the products we'll have eventually online. It'll take a few months to do this, but they'll be free for the public to download and to really experience these oceanic wonders firsthand.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I'm very excited about that myself. And we actually have another couple of questions in the YouTube chat. There's apparently a classroom in Savannah that's watching the live feed today, and they are asking, what is the predominant species of shark at the shipwreck?
Oh, Chris Taylor, this is for you.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, we, throughout the day today, we've been impressed with the number of sand tiger sharks. These seem to be the most numerous sharks that we're encountering on this wreck, and our observations on USS Monitor yesterday and other shipwrecks around our continental shelf. These are very large, charismatic predators. They're you can see here they're holding position in the currents. They're relatively slow moving, and they're just fascinating animals to see as part of this fish community around the Ian Clark today.
And I'll add, this is a fantastic view of those sharks. If they're joining us in Georgia still, just looking up the side of the hull and just seeing them swimming the current is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, if the students are watching in Savannah, you'll also notice the spots on the side of the shark. Those are we think that those are characteristic of individuals, so we can use them almost like a fingerprint if we get a good picture, and that's what we're doing each time here. We're capturing a frame or a few frames of each of the sharks, and we hope to be able to share these with a program called Spot a Shark USA, which is operated out of the Pineville Shores Aquarium here in North Carolina, where they've assembled a catalog of images of sand tiger sharks using citizen scientists and diving community to collect as many images as possible to try to track these individuals, as we think that they may make very broad migrations up and down our coastline.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Chris. Dan, is there more questions?
Yeah, we've actually got one more. We have a question asking, do you have slips of the U-352 German sub? Have you gone there yet?
We don't plan to visit that particular shipwreck during this expedition, but I can tell you, I think a number of us here on the ship and online have visited that shipwreck, that German U-boat from World War II, and it is a phenomenal shipwreck. It's a great dive, a great piece of history on the seafloor, and a wonderful resource. That is, it is a war grave. It is protected, but don't plan to visit during this trip. But if you're a scuba diver or a history enthusiast, please visit, enjoy. It is a fantastic shipwreck site, I'll say that.
Great.
And Chris Southerly, have you dove the U-352?
I'm going to say yes. I have been on the 352 numerous times in the past, and I think you're exactly right. I mean, it's an amazing dive to do. Just to go down and swim along the U-boat and just take it in. The marine growth on it, the critters, and everything around it. And add into that, as a maritime historian and underwater archaeologist, the culture and the story and everything from that just very much hits home. Because anytime I look at a shipwreck, I look and think about the people that were on that ship and what was going on and their experiences as the ship was going down. And Tane, as you said, I mean, this is a war grave for some of the sailors. Percentage got off of the 352. I don't remember the exact number, but there were sailors that went down with the ship, or with the boat technically, since it's a submarine. And it is their grave.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's an interesting and a moving experience.
Well, let me put in a plug for the Graveyard Atlantic Museum. We're putting together a pretty extensive exhibit on the Battle of the Atlantic and World War II and the U-boats off the coast. It should be open sometime late in June, so keep an eye out for it. But it should be pretty remarkable.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. And I'll remind all the folks listening that the Graveyard of the Atlantic Museum in Hatteras, North Carolina, is a fantastic museum, telling the story of not just North Carolina but the nation's maritime history. And this new exhibit will be pretty special. And now that we've reached 1:30, we have two new groups joining us. We're connecting right now with the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island, as well as at my home, the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia. So thank you, everybody. And I believe also from Newport News, we have John Korstein joining us, who is historian emeritus with the USS Monitor Center, which interprets and tells the story of the USS Monitor. And John Korstein, are you with us today?
Yes, I am.
Well, thank you, sir. We're very proud to have you joining our narration team from the shipwreck of the E.M. Clark today. So thank you, sir.
My pleasure, my pleasure. And so what I'm seeing is pretty neat. And so what kind of questions do you want me to answer?
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me give a little rundown about who and what we are. So, for those folks just joining us, so we're coming to you from the World War II shipwreck of the E.M. Clark, which is a World War II freighter, sunk on March 18th of 1942. It's part of the Battle of the Atlantic. It was sunk by the U-124 by two torpedoes that slammed into the hull. Luckily, most of the crew survived. There was one loss of life who was in the infirmary near where the first torpedo exploded, and he passed, but everybody else got off, which we're very thankful for. But my name is Tane Casserly, and I represent NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. And we're out here on the NOAA ship Nancy Foster through a cooperative agreement with NOAA and the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, who are making all of this possible with the ROVs, the satellite capability, and this high technology. On board, we also have Chris Southerly from the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. And online, we have with us Chris Taylor and Avery Paxton from NOAA's National Center for Coastal Ocean Science. And I believe we have Brendan Runde with us from the Nature Conservancy. Joe Schwartzer, Director of the North Carolina Maritime Museum System. And Dan and the entire GFOE team. So Dan, if you want to tell us a little bit how we're able to make this possible, because this is your technology that's doing this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tony. And so I'm Dan Rogers with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE for short. GFOE is a nonprofit engineering group based in Mystic, Connecticut, though they have a workshop in Rhode Island where most of the engineering takes place. GFOE is made up of about 25 to 30 people. However, 10 of us are on board today to support the ROV and telepresence capabilities that you're experiencing from shore right now. So today we're actually using our flyaway system with our ROVs Yogi and Guru. And if you're not familiar with what ROV means, it means remotely operated vehicle. So these are not submarines. There's no one inside of the vehicles, actually down at the bottom. These are vehicles that are down there by themselves, but they are attached to the ship via a cable that transmits all the power and video and control and communications back and forth between the vehicles on the bottom and the ship. And we brought all of this equipment on board the NOAA ship Nancy Foster just a couple of weeks ago. installed all of the equipment, and here we are operating today. And at the end of the expedition, we'll be packing up all the equipment and taking it home back to Rhode Island. So we're so proud to be here to be able to provide you all in the public access to these treasured historical, ecological sites at the bottom of the ocean, and look forward to today's dive, the rest of today's dive, as well as the rest of the dives in the expedition.
Yeah, and just as I want to point us back to the video monitor, if you're all able to see that crab, which I think is pretty interesting, what type of crab is that?
That's a type of spider crab, Tane. It looks like it's grabbing at and feeding on the algae and invertebrates that are attached to the wreck. This is great footage.
That's great. Now, is this the kind of crab you might expect to see in some of your local restaurants, or maybe this isn't quite part of the flow of commerce?
Not this species. The spider crabs are pretty common on the wrecks and reefs in our region here, but they don't tend to get big enough like the king crabs, the red crabs that are found in colder waters to the north.
Yeah, this is great footage. Well, because we are connecting with the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island, do we have any questions from the aquarium? At all? I don't know if we're monitoring the chat or something that might want to make sure that we keep them in the loop.
Sure. This is Avery Paxton, an ecologist from NOAA, and it looks like the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island participants do have a question. They're curious if we look at video feed 2, which shows that four video feeds stitched together. They are curious what the bottom right one that is in black and white is depicting. So maybe somebody from GFOE, maybe Dan, could answer that.
We're actually, I'm not sure what is being displayed. I think that is just a camera view that is providing a black and white image. I'm not sure if this was more of a technical question or not. If understood. Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with your display at your venue right now. That image is supposed to be in black and white. That is a lower quality camera that's installed on the back of the main ROV Yogi. And it's a lower definition camera that's really just used for situational awareness. So that's on the back of Yogi, pointing backward, and it's looking up the tether, the loose neutral tether, that connects the main ROV Yogi to the camera platform Guru, the secondary vehicle that sits about 30 feet above Yogi. So Guru is basically, you can think of it like a clump weight, essentially, an advanced clump weight that hangs off of a cable off the back of the ship, and as the ship moves around, Guru moves with it. And we drive Yogi, and guided by our navigation software, we guide Yogi underneath Guru so that loose neutral tether that you see in the black and white camera kind of remains with some slack in it, so we don't pull it tight and drag Yogi around.
You know, we're also
Thank you, Dan. And there's a follow-up question coming in from that group asking if there's any benefit of having that particular feed be in black and white as compared to color.
I'm going to let our video engineer, Roland Bryan, answer that one. And Roland is connecting his audio
there
now.
It is that you're listening to. So yes, the reason that's in black and white is by removing the color, you can get a much brighter image and with less distraction from the color. So often you'll see your security cameras having, during night mode, they'll remove the color, what we refer to as the chroma character of the image, and that just helps to bring out more of the crisp details of what you see. So this particular camera has day and night mode, and when we get into the dark areas, it shifts over to night mode, which is what you're seeing as black and white.
So, Tane, is there still oil on board this tanker?
Well, we haven't seen any oil on it. We haven't had any reports of oil, but it did sink with about 118,000 gallons of oil. So far, it seems to be well contained within the vessel. But historically, I've never heard of oil being seen on the site. And maybe just Schwartzer, have you, being from your museum is in Hatteras, have you ever had reports of oil on the E.M. Clark?
No. As far as we know, As you say, Tony, she was carrying 118,725 barrels of oil, and to this day, we have not had any evidence or reports of any leaking, which is kind of amazing. And it's equally amazing when she was torpedoed that she didn't erupt in a ball of fire, because you would have thought that would have done it, but no.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Wow. That's interesting. I have another question from the Mariners Museum. Is the ship marked on any navigational charts?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's a well-known shipwreck site.
Oh, yeah.
It is on it is marked on the NOAA charts. This is a really popular dive site for the technical dive community, and as well as a very popular charter fishing site too. So yes, it's well known by everybody. It just happens to be at 260 feet on the seafloor, so it can be difficult to access.
Yeah, and we have a...
Yeah, so...
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. That's okay. What's interesting is, so it was struck by two torpedoes that missed the oil tanks, and so where did they actually slam into the vessel?
Well, I can say just for myself from firsthand observation, one of them was up at the bow, and I believe the second one was by the infirmary, but maybe Joe Schwartzer, do you know, I'm not sure where the infirmary was located on the vessel.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, Chris. The one in the bow and one under the infirmary, but nowhere near, well, I'm not nowhere near, but not near enough to the oil storage area to cause a problem.
Yes, these were popular targets by the German submarines, primarily because the oil shipments is what runs the military. And so there are all these stories about similar vessels breaking in half, blowing up because of where the torpedo hits them. So this is a lucky ship in some ways, and I guess that's why they have 40 survivors.
It was lucky, and in the same period, in the 24 hours that in which the E.M. Clark was sunk, there were two other tankers, the W.E. Hutton and the Papoose, and there were two freighters sunk, the Liberator and the Cassandra Loulidis. So in less than 24 hours, the U-boats took a terrible toll, and as I recall, the W.F. Hutton didn't erupt in flames either. Although I have to look that up. But it was just wholesale annihilation of shipping along these lines.
I think this is called the happy days for the German submariners, because we hadn't organized all of our submarine defenses in 1942. So
we had virtually none. We were relying on the trawlers from Great Britain to do submarine duty, such as HMT Bedfordshire, and the Germans referred to it as a happy time. The Allies referred to it as the turkey shoot. It was really bad. I mean, when you consider they were sinking more than a ship a day. And this is during what the Germans would then have termed Operation Paukenschlag, or Operation Drumbeat, and it was devastating. These ships carried enough material for Great Britain for a month. So when you're talking 5 or 6 ships, you're talking half a year.
Right.
That's serious. That's real trouble.
And that's exactly what happened to Britain. They were being starved out. In World War I especially, but in World War II, this was a very critical time for the well-being of the Allies. And
absolutely.
So
I think Chris Sully brought up earlier that not many people realize the amount of warfare that was happening right off our coast, but by the same token, they don't realize how close we came to losing the war. This was very, very bad.
Yeah, we came close.
Yes, it was, and I think the first German sub sank by an American ship was done by the USS Roper.
Roper is the U-85, exactly right.
And so one of the oddest things for those who were with the Mariners Museum or living down here on the Virginia Peninsula, those submariners, there were several that they brought up and buried in the Phoebus National Cemetery.
It was more than a several. It was the majority of the crew.
Right.
That action is particularly tragic, and is an example of the fog of war. Roper had successfully put a 3-inch shell into the pressure hull of the U-85, and the crew abandoned ship, and they were in the water with their hands up and asking for assistance, and the crew on the Roper were actually trying to reach them. And at this point, the sonar on the Roper picked up what they thought was another set of screws, and they weren't at all sure. And following correct protocol, they set off more depth charges, and everybody in the water was killed. And after action, they got the bodies out and they buried them up at the National Cemetery, and they have ceremonies up there to this day.
Yes, they do. It was done in secret, but I don't think a lot of people realize that the war came so close to Hampton Roads. We're a pretty large populated area, and because of that, we have people, they kept the lights on Virginia Beach. They kept the lights on at the Chamberlain Hotel that had this, on Old Point Comfort, had these great cupolas on them. And so you could see, so we lit up or silhouetted the ships coming towards Cape Henry.
Exactly true. The same thing happened on Hatteras, and it was Frank Gannon's book, Operation Drumbeat. He's interviewing, I think, a member from the crew of the U-23. I'm not sure. That was Hardigan's boat. And just as a passing thought, he said, "Do you remember Hatteras?" And he said the guy just became more alert. He said, "Remember Hatteras? We'd service the night, and the light from the shore would silhouette the tankers and the freighters as they went by. We'd say, no, that one's too small. Let's wait for a bigger one." It was amazing.
That I can well imagine. I mean, there's all these reports. But, one ship was actually, one tanker, I think it was Exxon or Esso Houston, that hit an electronic mine coming into Hampton Roads. So they failed to do the right signal. And,
yep.
And that, so that shows how alert we were, and we just, you didn't have the right codes. We had defenses that were to stop them. But I think here in Hampton Roads, we were greatly at risk as well. I think the happy grounds were between Cape May and Cape Fear. So
there was nothing to stop them at the time.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, gentlemen, we've actually got a question here from online from the Roanoke Island Aquarium. So I think, actually, Avery, you had the question for us?
Sure. So the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island is wondering how often the E.M. Clark is monitored like this. Chris Taylor, would you like to weigh in on that from the ecology side? And then maybe Chris Southerly, you can weigh in from the archaeology side?
Yeah, thanks, Avery. Chris Taylor here, NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Science, based in Beaufort, North Carolina. Yeah, we've mapped the E.M. Clark a couple of times over the past several years. We've been collaborating with Monitored National Marine Sanctuary to provide these maps and an ecological characterization. We've mapped the shape of the shipwreck itself, but also the water column. But that's only been remotely sensing the environment, and this is the first time that we've been able to get eyes underwater, which is just really critical in recent times to get eyes underwater to provide these important and direct observations of the fish community. And before that, our team at the National Centers for Coastal Science had conducted technical diving in collaboration with Monitored National Marine Sanctuary, and also for a study on lionfish, which we're seeing right here to the E.M. Clark. And I think that was the most recent time that was conducted was 10 years ago. So it's infrequent that we get to sites like this because of their depth. They're not often visited by recreational divers because we're at 260 feet, so it takes special skills and special gear to do that. I'll pass it to the archaeologist.
Yeah. I got a question from the Mariners Museum here in Newport News. How quickly did the ship sink?
Joe Schwartzer.
Eyewitnesses.
Joe Shorter, you've got some good stories with that you were telling earlier.
I'm not. I don't have any definitive, but as I recall, it was in about 15 to 20 minutes.
Right.
They had enough time. They were okay until the second torpedo hit. Once that hit, they were on. And with the first torpedo hit, they had enough time to send out an SOS. When the second one hit, the radio operator, Earl Schraub, was asked by the captain, how much time do you think we have? And he goes, I don't think we have enough time to do this. It'll take me another 15 minutes to get it out. And he goes, nope, abandon ship. So it was pretty fast.
Yeah, I would say torpedoes at the, as it hit, the patterns that hit the ship would have caused a pretty rapid sinking. And these were, the Great Valor Atlantic is just part of this great war between submarines and, of course, our freighters. Now, so we start a aircraft surveillance system, and so this tapered off the successes of the German U-boats. So about when did that happen?
They started using the Civil Air Patrol very quickly, and Civil Air Patrol were not military craft per se, but they could. I think they could carry 1 200-pound bomb. I'm not sure. And they used them on patrols. That happened almost very, I think, relatively midway in 1942. And then later we started using military bombers very shortly after that, and that's what sank the U-701.
Yeah. So, what makes observation? I've just got this question. What makes observation from a plane to a U-boat? How can they look down into the water, or do they have to catch them on the surface?
Usually, from what I've read and heard, you had to catch them on the surface. They made a pretty distinctive trail, and you could follow the trail if you were sharp-eyed. Once they submerged, I don't think you might see a shadow. You might take a shot at it, but I don't know.
It's mostly a surface, yeah. But they did a lot of their attacks on surface, didn't they?
Certainly, that's what happened to U-701.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, so this is now the E.M. Clark, is important as a shipwreck by telling us what? What does this wreck really tell us as a historical symbol?
I think we could all maybe chime in there with myself from NOAA, from Chris Udley from the State Archaeology, and of course from Joe from the museum side. But I'll just say, for the NOAA standpoint, that for us, this is helping us to tell. We're a national organization. We're part of NOAA, part of federal government. So this is a way for us to help tell that national story of this worldwide Battle of the Atlantic. This action that took place through the longest sustained action of all of World War II. It hit, sort of North Atlantic, Northern European, the Mediterranean, Africa, South America, North America. I mean, it's incredible, the vastness of this battle. So for us to shine a spotlight on that history, remind folks how close they came to our shores, like you mentioned, John. The U-701 mined the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay. They were 1 mile offshore, sinking our ships out there. So just to remind the people of that heritage, that history, and of course, we work a lot with the U.S. Merchant Marine, those World War II veterans, that the highest, sort of death rate of all the uniformed services in World War II. 1 in 26 was going to die in service. So, by telling the story and sharing it on a national level, it's an honor for us. But maybe for Chris Sutherland, as a state archaeologist, what is this, the state underwater archaeologist, what does this mean for you in this heritage offshore?
I guess I think Anna, you kind of hit it on the head. It's for us, it's telling the larger maritime story, and these archaeological resources, the shipwrecks, as we look at them and we study them, and we can fill in some of the details, fill in some of the gaps that exist in the historical record of ship logs of what was going on out literally right off our shore, and reminding us how close the war truly came to America. All the old songs say, over there, and it was in Europe or it was in the Pacific. It was like, no, it was literally at times in our backyard, especially early on in the war before the anti-submarine tactics started improving. And for me, as an archaeologist, I keep coming back. It's the story of the people. And you touched on it a little bit. We're talking about the merchant mariners. Is anytime I'm on one of these wrecks or doing research or something like that, I'm always thinking about the people and the crew and their life aboard ship, what they were doing, their everyday life, in addition to how they dealt with and adapted to archaeologically what we call the wrecking process. What sent the ship to the bottom? What were they experiencing? What were they doing? And to tell their story, or to help tell their story, if at all possible.
And then maybe
that's fascinating.
And I was going to say, maybe Joe, too, from your perspective, you're putting together a brand new Battle of the Atlantic exhibit, the Graveyard of the Atlantic exhibit. So, what does its heritage mean to you?
Well, I have to agree wholeheartedly with you and Chris, and the focus of the exhibit is on the people, the experience of human beings in this context. And Chris hit it right on the head. You have to think about the men not on these vessels that were torpedoed or sinking. You also have to think about the men on board the U-boats. There's a very good book called The Matthews Men, and in one of the footnotes they're quoting Hartigan, who's meeting with one of the sons of a man that was lost on a freighter. And Hartigan said there was a realization among all of us that this needs to be the last war. We can't go through this again. And I think that's the thing. You look at this devastation, and it's not just ships and hardware; it's people. And this is something we have to keep in mind. This is why history is so important. So I agree with you completely.
Yeah, I think this is a symbol of a larger story, and of course is a symbol of those people who served, and also both German and American or English, depends on the crew, right? But those stories about, I've read extensively about the Arctic run to Murmansk and Archangel, and the conditions were so terrible. Do they try to find wrecks there? I mean, they actually sank a German heavy cruiser up there trying to attack a convoy. And I understand that the weather conditions, even in summer, were so horrific that it was unbelievable that we got those supplies to Russia at a very critical time. So this is all about resupply, America being the arsenal of democracy, and then those men that could take going through those Arctic conditions. Conditions off Cape Hatteras with storms would be bad, but the Arctic story connects to this one, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. And just before we delve in too deep, because we could really get into this, I just want to check again with our partners, the Roanoke Island Aquarium with North Carolina, if there's any other questions. And Avery, do you know if we have any more questions from those folks?
One has just come in, Tane, and folks are wondering what the width of the propeller is, if we have a measurement on that.
I don't know the width, but I can say I believe that the length of it is about 6 feet. They're very big propellers.
The ROV team, they may be able to get a measurement of it from that imaging sonar view that they have right now. They could get a
if we're able to get the laser on there.
Diameter of could be not the lasers on it, but actually striking a line on the imaging sonar screen on feed 2 to the Blueview software.
There you go. We're pulling that up now.
Here we go. So if folks are monitoring feed 2, you'll see the bright kind of golden yellow object. That is the propeller. And they are dropping a measurement line over top of it. And can't quite read what it says, but hopefully we'll get some audio from them in a second to help clarify that.
Leave it to the ecologist to bring in the most cutting-edge science. I was using my fingers.
Yeah.
No, it's
it's a pretty big propeller. And this ship was built up in New Jersey, correct?
Yeah.
And it had been in use for over 20 years. So that means it's a pretty well-used vessel. And it also tells us that it was used to taking this trip, because we were bringing oil up to the East Coast for transshipment from the Gulf and also from Venezuela. And so that's a long trip, and that just shows the importance that modern war is run on oil. And so this, I'm not sure where this vessel left from, but there are two real sources for oil to come up to the coast, and that's, of course, the Gulf of Mexico, New Orleans, and Caracas in Venezuela. They had huge oil fields there
Absolutely, and I should note that. So people think that a lot of these shipwrecks we're looking at on this project, and this one in particular, it was going to Europe as part of the convoys, and the vast majority of these shipwrecks off Carolina, these merchant vessels, was the coastal route. So just like you said, John, coming down up from South America with oil, other supplies coming from the Gulf, but this is coming up and down the eastern seaboard rather than crossing the Atlantic over to Europe or the Mediterranean or Africa.
Yeah, just so you know, they pumped the oil aboard at Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Oh, great. So that makes total sense. So, yes, this was an off-used coast, so the Germans just had to pay attention to the patterns that pre-existed and make their planned attacks. And how long could a submarine last? I got this question from the Mariners Museum. How long could a submarine function serving in Cape Hatteras, having come all the way from...
It depended on the type. You had the type. The ones we have off here are the Type 7B. That's the U-85, and the Type 7C. Now, those were not particularly long-range U-boats, but they were adapted to take on more fuel. They put it in their bilge tanks, and so they were able to come here and probably work for about a week or so, and then they had to return to Germany. The Type 9s were much larger, and they had a much larger, a much more extensive cruising time, and they could spend up to 2 or 3 weeks off the Outer Banks before they had to go back.
That's great, because that means they're traveling 6,000 miles. That just reinforces how important this Battle of the Atlantic was, and these ships that are there off of Cape Hatteras, what symbols they are for this great arsenal democracy that we're creating, but how we got all that stuff over there and how the Germans really knew they had to stop it. And they didn't build enough submarines prior to the war. Their naval building program changed after 1935 and the Anglo-German naval treaty, but I guess they didn't think they were going to need long-range submarines. I mean, I don't know much about their planning in construction, other than at first they were big into surface ships.
Well, between the wars, between World War I and World War II, as you know, they were not allowed to create any weapons of war for themselves, all right? But they were allowed to do contract work for other countries. And so they actually did design and manufacture U-boats. They weren't called U-boats, submarines, and for other countries. Now, what's always fascinated me is when you see from the beginning of the war until the end of the war, the evolution of the German submarine, it's a little scary, because by the time they get to 1945, they look an awful lot like the Nautilus, the our submarine Nautilus. They're incredibly modern. And they were adapting them to do all sorts of things and carry all sorts of weaponry. So they really put a lot of effort in the research, design, and development of this weapon system.
Yes, and what I do know is that the Anglo-German Naval Treaty, it's surprising the English about their appeasement. They did not. They limited German tonnage to, I think, 40% of the English tonnage, but they put no limitations on submarines in that treaty.
I know.
And I'm going, what's wrong with you guys? I know.
Yeah.
I said, hello, what happened last war? And they didn't think there would be a war. But that, and, you know, we don't realize how big the shipbuilding program was in Germany. And, you know, they, they were actually building an aircraft carrier when the war broke out.
They were, yeah.
So everyone realizing war is changing. War is changing vis-a-vis aerial observations, vis-a-vis underwater destruction of floating ships. I mean, that shows this huge change in warfare. So I'm always fascinated by it myself. And so how many other wrecks do we have that you dive on?
I can tell you. So, well, just maybe to do a little summary of how many World War II wrecks we actually have that are known through the historic record off North Carolina, and that's 90. So there's about 78 merchant vessels that were lost during the war from the start to the end. You know, we have 4 German U-boats and 8 Allied naval vessels. But during this particular project, we're going to visit, let's see, we're going to be at, of course, the USS Monitor. We're going to be going to the LV-71, the Diamond Shoals light vessel, the only sort of light vessel, Coast Guard era vessel, will soon to become the Coast Guard vessel lost during the war, and only one of 2 U.S. flag vessels lost in home waters due to a U-boat. We're going to go to the 2 battleships of the USS Virginia and New Jersey, sunk by General Air Marshal Billy Mitchell. And then we're going to visit 4 World War II shipwrecks, the E.M. Clark, which we're at today, a merchant vessel. We're going to be going to the USS YP-389, which is a U.S. Navy vessel, a torpedo hunter, and the German U-boat 576, and the merchant vessel that sank, the Bluefields, and they are one of the only examples of the victim and the aggressor laying side by side from the same action on the seafloor. So we're very excited to be able to share heritage from our allies, do a celebration and share the heritage of the United States Navy, and of course the Coast Guard, and we honor the Germans as well too, of course.
Yeah, and the entire team. Oh, go ahead.
No, after you.
I was going to shift gears a little bit, so go ahead and didn't want to cut you off. Sorry.
That's okay. So anyway, now the ship that's next to the submarine. How did that happen? What happened? What do we know about that event?
The Bluefields, part of the convoy KS-520. I don't have my notes in front of me, but I will give you my best summation of it. Basically, KS-520 had left Hampton Roads and was heading out, and they were moving in convoy when the U-576 saw them. Now, the U-576 had gotten into a little bit of action a few days previously, and they believe they damaged some of their ballast tanks. So as they're coming up, they think they fixed the problem, but they come up and they set up to see this convoy, and they were sitting ducks. So like, all right, this is the time to attack. So they fire a torpedo spread. They hit 3 vessels, damaging 2, and hit the 3rd and actually sink it, and that's the Bluefield, the freighter Bluefield, which is a Panamanian flag. So, but what happened though is because of that, really that massive change of buoyancy from that weight leaving the sub, unexpectedly forced them to the surface. So they pop up into the middle of the convoy, and basically all heck breaks loose. and everybody starts firing right at once at them. So the merchant vessels, the armed merchantmen are firing right at them. We've got the armed convoy coming at them too, and then we've got Kingfisher aircraft that are coming across and bombing them as well, and they go down very quickly with the loss of all hands. Yeah, it's a tremendous story.
It is. I have another question. How do you, and I think I know the answer, but what is the research process in identifying the wrecks and then finding the stories about it? What do you all have to do?
This is a good question for Chris Southerly, State Underwater Archaeologist, North Carolina. This is his bread and butter.
I guess say, well, it's a we can approach it from two standpoints. In some cases, you know there's a wreck out there, and then you actually proceed to go look for it and try and find it. But in this case, you know, if you're saying, well, we've been surveying or we discovered this wreck, and we want to suss out what its identity might be. And so what we start looking at is we look at the location, and then start comparing the location to all of the historical documentation that we have. And the records that we have with the North Carolina Underwater Archaeology Branch that have been compiled by employees and volunteers with our office since the 1960s, we have documentation, historical records, both primary and secondary sources, of over 5,000 known shipwreck losses in North Carolina waters. So what we would do is start by comparing it to the body of water that it is in, and then with the number of candidates and known losses, and then start looking at the various characteristics of the ship, looking at the size, the construction, any of the details of the sinking and that type of thing, to begin comparing the parameters of the shipwreck to how that's reflected in the historic record. And in some cases that we can narrow it down to a single wreck. Often that's not possible, but we can narrow it down, especially earlier wrecks dating to say the 19th century rather than the 20th century. We can narrow it down to maybe 2 or 3 strong candidates. And then we have that whole multiple working hypothesis, and as they say, after you proceed to eliminate all the possibilities that it couldn't be, the ones that are left, you look at it and you can strongly infer that it's probably this wreck. You can't say for certain unless you find evidence on the ship itself or exact dimensions or something of that nature. But it is really a combination of field research, archival research, and a process, detailed analysis and process of elimination to identify some of these wrecks.
Wow. It's a difficult task, I know. But it is fascinating when you bring together all this information. And that's what makes your program, as well as NOAA, so important to the well-being of the knowledge of our nation. We gotta understand what happened so it won't happen again. Although that doesn't happen all the time. But have you all found any evidence of the wreck of the USS Huron that sank in 1870?
Oh my goodness! Oh yeah, Chris. Actually, that's a protected site and on the state level, isn't it?
Yeah, I just know all about it. But anyway, it was really the tragedy that left to the Coast Guard saving stations. But
yes, well they had closed the stations for the season, and the wreck happened when the stations were closed, and it was the loss of life, 90 officers and men, that spurred Congress to pass new legislation to construct more life-saving stations along the coast. That and Metropolis. The wreck of the Metropolis was about the same time.
I guess Joe, you're exactly right. And that's it's actually listed on the National Register and protected. And that was that wreck was originally one of the. It was the first, I guess, what you would term now a heritage dive site. That is, I mean, it's very near shore out of Mag's Head. You can actually snorkel out to it if you're a fairly strong swimmer, and people visit it all the time. The Mag's Head lifeguards monitor it and send us regular reports on that. But it is, that was done back in the early '90s when that was dedicated as a historic shipwreck preserve. And just in the past, it was probably about 5 years ago now, in the 2017, 2018, COVID throws things off in my recollection. The years that weren't there. But we have one of the Civil War blockade runners, the Condor, which is about 700 yards right off of Fort Fisher. We've designated that and have done some work to make that the second heritage dive site in North Carolina waters, with the idea of time and funding and interest continuing to maybe add a couple more of the more diver friendly Civil War wrecks in the Fort Fisher, the Cape Fear vicinity, to the list of heritage dive sites to let people that scuba diving to do something akin to what we're doing here with this project of swimming around and experiencing firsthand the history and all the marine life and the true how truly spectacular some of these wrecks are.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, and that was such a good description. And the GFOE team has been so lucky to survey all kinds of different wrecks all around the world. We've, as the ROV team, has explored wrecks in the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic and all around the Pacific. We did a 3-year campaign in the Pacific region where we had the opportunity to look at all kinds of different plane and shipwrecks from World War II. And just personally, one of the more fun elements of working with the ROV team is are these shipwreck hunts, right? Where the ship, in this case the Okeanos Explorer, maybe does a multi-beam mapping pass over a certain region and finds an object on the seafloor that might look like a shipwreck, and there's no way to confirm that and know for sure until you send the ROVs down and you look at it close up and confirm it. And there's been several instances where we did discover a shipwreck, but we had no idea what it was or what time period it was, and that search for the clues to put the story together of what the wreck was and when it sank is such an interesting and fulfilling process. We did explore a couple of shipwrecks in the Gulf of Mexico many years back now, but I remember driving the ROV around and looking for personal artifacts on the seafloor, and in one case we found a watch that had stopped, and I don't remember the time it stopped at, but just someone's personal item that had been sitting on the seafloor, in this case for nearly 200 years, as it was later determined that it was a merchant ship from the 1830s. And just the fact that with our telepresence capability that we're able to, on a moment's notice, bring in archaeologists from all around the world to help identify the wrecks that we discover, it really proves the value of this kind of tool.
Yes, it's very apparent to me, and the story of the E.M. Clark is just like the story of many wrecks off the North Carolina and Virginia coast, and I think this one brings up how America, I think this is an example, or this is a good way to follow it. It's how America's not ready for the war. The war comes, and our ships are vulnerable, and yet our ships are the key ships that are taking the supplies to keep England in the war, or Great Britain in the war. And likewise with the Mervyn's run. I mean, had those supplies not gotten in there, what would have happened? Well, I'll answer that myself. But England probably would not have enough material to fight their war effort as successfully as they did. And we know the Russians get trucks, tanks, jeeps, all sorts of things. The only thing they didn't need was oil. But we still sent oil there because their oil production had been disrupted because of the German advances into the Caspian Sea area. So it's there's not enough has been told about this very harrowing type of fighting war at sea. Neither has there been enough to say about the really impact of the arsenal of democracy. So this is a great symbol of it all.
I believe we got a question from YouTube chat. Maybe Chris Taylor, are you seeing that?
I am Tommy. I can read it here. How effective was the naval listening station at Buxton? Did that have an impact on identifying and locating U-boats?
Wow, I don't know. That's a good question.
The naval station where?
At Buxton.
A naval listening station, apparently at Buxton. Do you know anything about that, Joe?
Naval listening station. Well, they had what was called Loopshank Hill. That was on Ocracoke. That was actually kind of a top secret thing, and it had a cable that ran out into the ocean. But the listening station at Buxton, I'm not sure. That's the first I've heard of that.
Yeah, me as well. So that's but they, obviously very quickly we install the ship techniques to fight the submarines, the air techniques, and then also how to do the convoy system. That was probably one of the most effective things, and it surprises you that despite all the knowledge of prior wars, during the Anglo-Dutch Naval War, they escorted or they convoyed tobacco ships back to England. So we're not ready, but we resolved very quickly to fix this because by early December of 1943, the U-boat losses were greater than the Allied ship losses.
Well, that's a good time to really kind of take a look at the video screen here and what we're seeing. And again, we're at the E.M. Clark, the World War II era freighter, sunk off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. We're at 260 feet on the seafloor, and we're on the stern of the vessel right now. The shipwreck is actually on its side. It's actually laying on its left-hand side, which is the port side for the mariners out there. And you can see a really great view there of one of the propellers. It had two on either side, one on either side. Really, really large propellers. The propeller blades, each one is about 6 feet long. So it's just wonderful, very dramatic. And then underneath the ROV is actually the rudder of the vessel too, which is quite large as well. And we're seeing all sorts of diversity of marine life.
Yeah, and conditions are a little challenging today. We have high current at the bottom where the ROVs are surveying the wreck, which limits our mobility around the wreck. Yogi does have some powerful thrusters, but it's not quite powerful enough to overcome the incredibly strong current that we're feeling today. So we're kind of hiding in the lee of the shipwreck right now because it is such a tall vertical wreck. We're able to kind of tuck behind it and avoid feeling the strongest of the currents, and that's why we've been surveying primarily the stern of the wreck today, seeing a lot of the fantail, the rudder, and the propeller as we kind of safely navigate the ROV around the wreck site.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were originally scheduled to be diving on USS Monitor today at the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, but the conditions were a little too strong for us. They don't call it Cape Hatteras for nothing. So it does happen often. It is quite something that you can't expect out here in the ocean off Cape Hatteras to find these kind of conditions that can blow up on you pretty quick. So we move quickly to one of our other sites, the World War II site, which is in a bit more of a lee, which is a bit more of a less current. That's what that means. And we're getting some great shots here of the E.M. Clark on the seafloor off Cape Hatteras at 260 feet of water. And just for scale, too, so folks know, this shipwreck is nearly 500 feet long. So it's just an enormous intact freighter, probably one of the most intact freighters on the eastern seaboard. It's the beam or the width of it's about 70 feet. So this is a gigantic structure on the seafloor, and it's a fantastic scuba diving site. It's a fantastic recreational charter fishing site, an all-around treasure for the people of North Carolina. So this is really wonderful. And then, so maybe Chris Taylor, we touched on this earlier, but can you talk about what structure this size means to the ecology, or what it can lead to off Cape Hatteras?
Yeah, like you pointed out, Connie, this is and sorry everyone, this is Chris Taylor with NOAA's National Centers for Coast Ocean Science. I'm calling in actually from my home office in Morehead City and based at the NOAA Beaufort Lab in Beaufort, North Carolina. This wreck, almost 500 feet long, it is and 50 to 60 feet up off the seabed. It is a massive and prominent structure in what is mostly a vast expanse of sand on the seabed. And so the fact that it rises up, the fact that it's in such close proximity to the Gulf Stream means that it's getting nutrients and warm water from the Gulf Stream. And so we've been making observations of numerous tropical fish, some small wrasses, some butterfly fish that you would normally associate with the coral reefs in the Florida Keys and the Caribbean. We're also seeing obvious and charismatic sand tiger sharks that are numerous on this wreck. This wreck is well known for holding many to dozens of sand tigers, and we're getting some very good footage of those sharks. On the quad view right now, on V2, you're looking up into the water column. It's a great view, sort of giving a broad perspective. It looks like the visibility up this high up on the wreck seems to be a little bit better than down close to the seabed. And so we're able to get that broad view and look up into the water column and see the expansive school of jacks and barracuda that are also occupying this wreck. It's just a unique feature that it's such high relief, so different than some of the natural rocky reefs that are also on the continental shelf. So we're excited to make these observations and then contrast that with what we think we understand about the habitat value of other wrecks and reefs along the coastline.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. It really is important that we emphasize how important these shipwrecks are historically as well as ecologically, because they do play a huge role in the ecosystem here off Cape Hatteras. We've been talking about history, archaeology, ecology, and what these vessels are representations of conflict too that have reached our shores: Civil War, World War I, and World War II. And this is a World War II casualty. And NOAA often works with our federal partners very closely, one of them which is the United States Navy and the U.S. Navy History and Heritage Command. And we actually have the branch chief for the Navy's History and Heritage Command's underwater branch. And Dr. Robert Neeland, are you on the line with us today?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great imagery you've got there today.
Yeah, Bob, thank you so much for joining us. We've worked with you on several projects, and we're very proud to call you a partner and a friend here. And maybe just you're just joining us and you're seeing this heritage on the seafloor, but maybe just some observations for you from what you're seeing on your screen.
Okay. Well, I'm impressed to see the propellers are still there. I mean, quite often, that's one of the things that is salvaged from shipwrecks because of the value of the metal in them. But so that's pretty cool as well. And I noticed you mentioned Civil War and World War II, and the Navy's got an inventory database of about 3,000 shipwrecks worldwide and about 15,000. Probably more than 15,000 aircraft, mostly from World War II. But the two highest periods of losses are actually the American Civil War and World War II. So the area where you guys are working the sanctuary and not there. You've got both of those in there. You've got the Monitor and you've got quite a number of World War II wrecks there. I did notice on the wreck there's a bit of obviously corrosion damage is in there. I just tuned in. Have you also witnessed some battle damage as well to the vessel?
Yeah, there's a little bit. It's a little difficult to see because it's more at the bow, but this vessel was hit by 2 torpedoes by the U-124 at the bow, and there's maybe just a little bit back from the bow towards the infirmary area. So there was one loss of life, but thankfully the rest of the crew was able to get off the ship safely. But we've been having a conversation here on the line. We also have John Korstein, historian at the Mariners Museum and Park, as well as Joe Schwartzer, who's the director of the North Carolina Maritime Museum Systems, and Chris Sutherly from the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. And we're really, just taking a look at these sites and having a nice conversation about what this World War II heritage meant and how the war actually touched our shores.
Tane, I have to go now to do something else in the museum, but it's been really our privilege to be part of this program, and I have to say that we look forward to going back onto the Monitor. I think that's one of my favorite topics. I don't know. And being Director Emeritus of the Monitor Center, I think I have to say that. But anyway, it's great. You guys do such great work, and thank you for allowing us to participate today.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
and thank you to the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia, and the audience. We also heard from the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island and the North Carolina Museum of History in Raleigh as well. So it looks like we've got some increasing conditions and things too that actually might preclude more activity on the dives. So I think we're actually going to have to retreat from the wreck and start the collection of the ROVs to the surface. So I have to apologize, Bob, that you were finally able to join us just as we're departing our shipwreck.
Thank you so much, Donnie, and I'll talk to you when we get to go to the Monitor, okay?
Yeah, thank you, John.
My pleasure. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so this is Dan Rogers with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. We are going to go ahead and wrap up our broadcast of the dive for today. And, given the conditions, again, as Tane explained, we had to change our dive plan a bit. Originally supposed to dive on the wreck of the USS Monitor, but due to high currents, we ended up moving a little bit south to the wreck of the E.M. Clark, which is what we've been showing you today. Really just fantastic imagery. A lot of current, but the water is clear enough to give us this great wide view of the wreck of a really dramatic and vertical wreck. So we definitely want to thank everyone for joining us today. Thanks for your great questions. Thanks to everyone who tuned in for the live interactions. We really look forward to getting back in the water tomorrow with you all and continuing on with the rest of the expedition. So thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I want to thank everybody that joined us today, the venues at home, and as well as all of our subject matter experts. Your time is very much appreciated. And Dr. Nealon, thank you for joining us. And I apologize that as soon as you joined, the weather conditions forced us to leave the vessel. But we'll connect with you and have you join another time.
No problem. I understand how that goes, and I'll try to join you tomorrow. Then.
All right, thank you. And Joe Schwartzer, thank you so much, sir, for joining us, too.
It's a pleasure. It's really a great deal of fun, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, and everybody listening, we'll look forward to you seeing tomorrow on a whole new shipwreck. So stay tuned, and thank you again for joining us at sea on the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. And this is Tawny Casserly signing off.